I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good morning. If you can all please stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, going to the next item on the agenda is approval of work session agenda.
Mr. Chair, Lalea is not here today, and so I move that we move item C, review of the GO bond sale, to Thursday.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Edwards. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Billings. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
So did your motion include to approve the agenda thus?
It didn't really.
I took
Just
it.
moved to change it.
So do we have a motion for the approval of work session?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is going to be the county reports. Study.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commission members, respectfully submit my report for March 14th through April 3rd. The only two items that I'd like to just mention in my report, if there's no other questions. First of all, I'd like to recognize our Employee of the Month, which is Bobby Burkhauser. He's a newly hired employee. He's been doing a great job. He's been helping us with our accreditation process, doing a great job keeping up with it. He does have experience, so my intent is to keep him in that position and possibly just make him the accreditation manager. He's been really doing a great job and keeping us updated with all the stuff that we need to do to get accredited. And the other thing is, not on your agenda, but under item 1, the week of May 6th through the 10th is corrections. It's National Corrections Week, and so what we do every year is we recognize the officers at the detention center, the corrections officers. We have Supervisor of the Year, Employee of the Year, those types of things. So we'd like to recognize them again, and we'll do this on Friday the 10th. We'll start about noon, and we usually have some stuff for the officers to eat. I'd like to formally invite all of the commission members to attend, and Manager Webb and her staff, and Abby. If you guys would like to please come down and help us with the recognition program for the corrections officers. They work very hard and they have a tough job, so I'd like to extend that invitation to all of you.
What time is that?
It'll be at about noon on Friday the 10th. At the detention center, ma'am. I have nothing else, sir, if there's any questions.
Any questions?
No, thanks.
Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. We're just working out there on our chip seal roads right now at Emmaus Valley. We've been out there patching for the last couple of weeks, trying to get everything ready for a chip seal in June. I did receive some bad news from the LGRF on our funding for next year. Last year we got $564,498 from the state, and their offer for this year was $285,893. So we got cut about $278,605 from what we got last year. I did find, or was curious about it, so I did, with the help of Senator Ramos. He had a guy call me from Santa Fe. There is supposed to be a $50 million pot that they didn't know how to disperse. So they're having another transportation meeting in August or September just to figure out how to disperse this and it should be going to the entities. So hopefully that money will be available for next year, and we'll get an increase of money instead of this decrease on there, because on top of that, they rebid the oil prices this year, and they actually went up $229 a ton this year. So because of that, I'm going to have to cut about 5 miles of road this year off of our chip seal program to stay within budget of the money that we've got on there. That was a big increase. And it's going to help or hurt us in our keeping in rotation because of this. I'm hoping something changes between now and this time next year, but right now that's where we stand with it. I did have a question too. The town of Hurley contacted me and asked if we could help them out chip sealing this year. And I just wanted to check with the commissioners and see if that's all right. They get the LGRF too. I think they've only got about $40,000. And it's a 75-25 split on there. And usually I've done it for the village of Santa Clara and Baird also. And they just pay us for equipment and labor to go over and do it. With the money they get, it usually only takes us about a day to go over there and help them out.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I have several questions.
Okay.
So on the chip seal help, so what they would do is pay us for the labor and equipment use
Yes, ma'am.
to chip seal? Okay.
And they buy all the materials.
Okay. And then on the other chip seal issue, so do you have any idea when they split up? Okay, so we're talking about fiscal 1920, right? The fiscal year that starts in June is the year that's been cut for LGRF, correct? LRGF?
For 19 and 20.
Okay. So, if they reallocate this pot of money that Senator Ramos has connected you with, would that make up the cut or would that have the potential of giving us an increase? Do you know?
I don't know right now. It just depends on how they allocate it to all 33 counties.
Because where I'm really headed with this is, would they increase it enough to cover the 5 miles that we can't do because of the oil price increase? Will that be part of the conversation? That's where I'm really headed with that.
But I don't think it will. I don't see it happening till probably next year, because if they don't have
2020
their, yeah, because if they don't have their meeting till August or September, it's pretty going to be too late, especially down in this part of the area, to do anything extra this year. We'd have to meet for next year.
What is chip sealing season?
Usually from June to about September. I have chip sealed in September, early part of September. Once the temperatures start dropping down about 40 degrees at night, you don't want to do it anymore.
And have you figured out where that 5 miles is going to be?
It's going to be Fierro Road. We're going to have to eliminate completely. And out there on the Mangus Valley Road, it'll be the south end of Mangus Valley on the mine side. There's about 2 miles over there that we're going to have to eliminate.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Correct me, but you said it's also going to affect 2019?
It'll affect 19 and 20 if we don't get any increase in the funding because of the oil price going up so high.
Okay.
To stay within the budget that they give me. Like I said, that oil price is really what's hurting us. I'm sure, jumping up that high.
So, clarify question. When you say 19 and 20, are you talking about calendar year or fiscal year?
Calendar year. Because usually I'll get the contracts back from them. Usually, I think last year I got them back in October. So this year I should get them back in September, October again this year.
So there is a possibility that we could recover in the early part of fiscal 2021 then?
If we get them back in time,
Okay.
and they allocate that money. they may wait and wait until after the first of the year to do it. One of the things that they, on the extra money that they gave us last year, because they did have $20 million extra last year in funding, they had real stringent guidelines that you had to follow, and some of the other counties, I guess, didn't like it, so that's one of the reasons why they didn't divvy it out right now. They're figuring out different ways to make it so it's not so stringent on the entities on there.
On how it's used.
Right. Well, a lot of it's the paperwork. They wanted all the paperwork for last year and this year's project to be turned in by June, and usually you have until December 31st to finish your job.
Any other questions? You know, I guess just to answer your question, I mean, the county manager, unless I'm missing something, but being good neighbors, I mean, do you see any problem with helping chip seal for a day or with equipment on what Mr. Moore asked?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, no, I don't. We have similar agreements with, as he mentioned, Baird and Santa Clara. We even help out the town of Silver City occasionally, so it would be a similar type arrangement, and we would bring that agreement to you for your approval prior to doing any work. Just wanted to make you aware we've been approached, and we would like to consider it with your approval.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Any other questions? No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and pass some time on to the Code of Communities Director, Mr. Dominguez.
Good morning. Am I on? Can you hear me? Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We're at the halfway point through our current fiscal year. It's been a nice, quiet year for us. We did just return from a 2-day New Mexico Transit Association conference where we received updates and trainings on drug and alcohol testing requirements, transit asset management. We are working on a site visit compliance that's going to be coming up in June. So we received some information while we were there on that. We gave 8,338 rides for March. So far this fiscal year, we have given 46,709 rides. We're continuing to come in under budget. It's been a good year. Is there any questions, anything specific you were looking for?
How does the rides that you just quoted, how does that compare to last year? Are you up, down, level?
We're pretty level. We're down maybe 200 rides, which is not significant.
And that's seasonal, right?
It's seasonal. Yeah. We're on trend to be right at what we ended last year.
And it's come up a couple of times about the website being updated with, changes in routes, etc. And I'm wondering, so I asked you about it, you said it had been updated, but I've had a couple of constituents say that it isn't.
So it is updated. Yeah, as soon as our routes are changed, the website is updated. What I believe was being referred to is we did kind of a trial thing on Twitter, didn't get much impact or feedback from it, so we discontinued it, but the Twitter posts were still showing, and it had been a while since that had been updated. So they were old posts. I believe that's what they were referring to, because everything is updated immediately as soon as we make any changes to routes or anything. It is updated.
So this is going to sound like a funny question, but so if a person refers to that website often, does it have to be refreshed in order to actually show your, like, I don't know anything about this tech sort of stuff, but if they're not refreshing it, then the old site can show up on their computer, right?
Not as far as I know. As soon as we make the updates, they're there. It's refreshed.
but not necessarily on the client's computer.
Yeah, that I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm going to suggest that the next time this person calls.
Any questions, Commissioner?
Thanks, Kim.
If there's a need for a new route, what would be the process in trying to obtain that?
It would definitely be a process. It would be based on funding available, potential passengers reached. We typically go through DOT for assistance and that type of thing. They work real closely with us on our routes and our scheduling and things. It's possible, but it would depend on the availability of buses, drivers. It would probably be easier to modify existing routes than to add a whole new route.
And would the main concern be strictly funding?
No, not strictly funding, like I said. Availability of buses and drivers would be the main concern.
That was, probably why Commissioner, I wanted to mention the phone call and getting on the website, but thank you for your report. Any other questions?
No, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can continue on my report. I just wanted to thank everybody. We did have our first Firewise and Emergency Service Day this past Saturday, so bear with me. There are some people I really want to thank, and one is the County Manager, Scott from the Chamber, Ace Hardware, Southwest Levitt Insurance Group of Las Cruces, Morningstar, Gila Regional EMS, Ed Stevens, Hurley, Native Air, Smoky Bear from Forest Service, Sparky the Fire Dog from Silver Fire, which was a big hit, Tapas Tree Grill, Slim Training Group, New Mexico Fire, Village of Santa Clara for their hot dog stand, and Tammy's Cafe out of Cliff. So they all supported the event, and I want to thank everybody for showing up there. I think it was something that I want to do annually if I can, to show the public how we all come together in a fire and emergency service, just so that they know what resources we have out there and how this community will come together in case we do have an emergency of some kind like we did in Quail Ridge. DWI, I want to give you a quick report on DWI. Miss Blackman wasn't able to be here, so we had what was called Nightmare on Reality Street at Western New Mexico University, and it was kind of a scenario of what you go through as far as DWI. We had real police there, detention center officers. I want to thank them. Judge Hall, Laney, Bradburn, and Aldrich for their support, obviously. So the process is you go, you get a DWI, you go through all the processes through seeing a judge, probation, the money, how much it's going to cost you. So there was 141 students that went through that process. So it was a big hit. I want to thank Cindy for the job that she does at DWI. There was some virtual reality scenarios there as well, as you put these virtual reality on, and you can be the police officer that makes the arrest, you can be the DWI, the person who gets charged with DWI, and you can also be a victim that gets killed in a DWI accident. So it's a really comprehensive way of showing these kids at Western Michigan University the consequences of drinking and driving. So I really want to applaud their first, especially the amount of students that went there, 141. So that in itself, from the community coming together with the judges, law enforcement, detention center, and everybody working hard to make that project successful, because that's the kind of prevention that we need, especially at that level, at the university level, where there's a lot of maybe underage drinking there, and so I wanted to thank her for that. At the airport, real quick, we had the fuel farm inspected by World Fuel. We had no deficiencies for the second straight year. They check our filters, they check our signage, they check our fuel tanks, they check the Prius within the fuel to make sure that we're following all the documents that are put in. So I want to thank Rebecca and Carlos Lalo for that. He's our FBO along with me out there, and so he does a great job. And so that's the second year in a row that we had zero deficiencies. Other than that, I really don't have anything else unless you have any questions.
Do you have any questions?
No, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. On the Aging and Long-Term Services Division GEO bond application that was on the written report, that got sent in. The deadline was Friday, so we shipped that out overnight. Finally got everything that we needed together on that. The way that one works is we apply for GEO bond monies that they have through the Aging and Long-Term Services Division. HMS operates the senior centers, but we own the buildings for Gila and Members, so we work in coordination with them on what are needed for those facilities. So it's a little difficult at times, but we were able to get everyone together and get the application in, met the deadline. I'd prefer to have it done a little sooner, but we're always squeaking them in. The old jail, we are doing the visioning meeting. That is set for May 7th at the Convention Center. That is a project that we're working with Kansas State University Technical Assistance, and the New Mexico Environment Department applied in conjunction with us. They did the application, but I helped them with the application through the EPA for some additional funds, and I just found out yesterday that we were awarded $14,000 to help with that public outreach and visioning as we move forward. This is being conducted through brownfields. We got money through NMED to do the phase 1, which was completed in December, and it has been recommended that we do a phase 2. So this is all in the process of doing getting things ready for a phase 2. And both NMED and EPA are looking for funds to help us with the phase 2 on that. I'll just kind of skip down to the reseeding project for the slope at the Hanover fire station. We had to meet some guidelines that were put forth by the NMDOT. We found a company that could meet those guidelines, and we got approval. Randy took care of that and got approval from the State Fire Marshal's office to use the fire funds. So we've issued the purchase order to get that seating taken care of. The airport terminal, the architectural design is in process, and we are actually having a kickoff meeting on that today, right after this meeting, with the architect that is here to present on, also on Baton. So they were the architect that was awarded. I mean, I can go through the whole list that was submitted, but if you guys have any questions, I'd be glad to answer those at this point. I just wanted to update certain ones that I highlighted here that had changed a little bit since the written report.
Just highlight the highlights of it would be fine.
Okay. You want to go through?
I don't think I was here when plans for the detention center were commenced. So what is the plan? Is that extraneous funding that can come in and help us fund to rebuild that center, or is that a project the county is going to take on, or what is that?
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioner Salas. What happened was it was just kind of it fell on my lap. It wasn't anything that we were looking for originally. I mean, that building's just kind of been there and been an eyesore. And I was at a different conference where NMED had mentioned to Priscilla Lucero that they had some funding and were looking to spend it. They wanted to spend it down here. So I presented that one because of the age of the building. It's been sitting. It's had water leaks, many issues that go on with the building that we had the potential liability of environmental. So they agreed to pay for that phase 1. The hopes is that as we get the liability issues taken care of by phase 1 and phase 2, is that we can find the funding to tear the building down. We've had some people look at it as to whether it makes sense to try to remodel it and do different things, and it's just an odd building in the way that it was constructed originally. It's got a basement to it, lots of concrete, just a strange setup. So it doesn't find itself conducive to being able to be remodeled necessarily. So the hopes is that we can find some funding to tear it down. Now the visioning is to try to gain, because there's federal funds involved, we need to get a lot of public input as to what the public would like to see happen with it. We can have whatever ideas that we've got internally, but we do need to reach out to the public because of the federal funds that are involved and see what they think, what they have ideas for. So that's where this visioning meeting comes in, is to allow the public to express what they would like to see happen with the site.
So phase 1 and phase 2 would just be to stabilize the building?
The phase 1 and phase 2 determines what, if any, environmental, so it's going to deal with like asbestos, lead-based paint, that kind of stuff. It's going to identify, the phase 1 identified the potential for them being there based on the age of the building, the materials that were used during construction. So the phase 2 gets more in-depth on that, and will determine, there will be some sampling, some testing that go along with phase 2. That's why we need some funding to help out with the phase 2 also, because there's testing involved. And so if they go in and they say, yes, there is lead base paint, yes, there is asbestos here, yes, there is mold here, those are the items that we will have to address when it comes to whether it's a remodel or tearing down of the building. But there will have to be abatement done on those items.
Yes.
Right.
But the plans, there's nothing hands-on, it's just the planning.
Yes.
Thanks.
So typically, the way those things work, if they give you money for phase 1, they're looking for a way to give you money for phase 2.
That is correct.
Okay. So so essentially what would happen is, once you get to the end of phase 1 and phase 2, what you would have in front of you is an evaluation of what it would cost to rehab the building and abate all the bad stuff, plus an idea of whether it's worth doing or not, plus all the public input about what could be done either with the site or the building, correct?
Correct.
So how much land is that site? How many acres is the site itself? So we would end up with, if it was torn down, the county would have a spot, how big, right there?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can get them for you, because we own that whole complex up there with
Right,
the courthouse, the parking
all
lot.
that sort of
It is fairly large, but it is several lots that, the assessor, I guess the assessor has them, they're separated lots that we've got on there that we own. But I don't have that exact size, but I can get that for you.
I'd just like to know how many acres it is total.
Yeah, I can get that for you.
Thanks, Misha.
Mr. Chair, can you tell us about your ICIP meetings? I've never been to one of those. Is that something the commissioner typically goes to, and what happens there?
So the ICIP meetings, it's also a requirement of the ICIP that we hold public input. I haven't had a commissioner show up. I also haven't had much public show up. So the idea is again to get the public to give us input on what capital improvements the county needs to be addressing. Again, that's capital, type of improvements. So, typically what we've had on the ICIP, what we got awarded this year is the parking lot outside. We got some funds to help us to redo the parking lot outside this building. We got some funds to help us with the roof on this building, and again, we got some funds to help with the sheriff's department in getting some vehicles. We've been lucky enough to get that for the last 2 years. We've been making those determinations internally, but that's what the process is about. We have to make sure that we're also opening that up for the public to tell us what they feel are capital improvements that we need to make.
Thanks.
So what's happened over the last year or two is that now all the capital outlay that is addressed in the legislature has to be on the ICIP, right? I mean, they're becoming more strict about using the ICIP as a tool to determine capital outlay awards, right?
Yes. That has actually been going on all throughout the Martinez administration. And so far, this new administration is carrying that forward.
Mr. Chairman. Well, I have two questions. What is the threshold that determines it's a capital outlay? Is there a dollar amount?
So typically, and I will be looking to the county manager to help. I have had requests for items that were, 25,000 or less, and those are ones that we, typically say no. You should be able to get that into your budget somehow, some way. So we kind of put that as our threshold. That's just something that I've been told that they really don't want to see come forward on the ICIP up in Santa Fe.
Okay, and my second question is, what determines the final hierarchy of needs for the capital outlay
You
for
do.
our wish list?
You do. The commission makes that final determination.
And what are the deadlines? When do you, so you're looking for next year, right?
Yes, so the process, I open up the public input meetings, like I've already got them scheduled for 2 different weeks in May. We will do May 13th, I believe, here in the commission chambers at 5 p.m. And then we will do May 20th. Is that Cliff? I think that's Cliff. We will do that at the fairgrounds building. On May 22nd, we will do members at the Roundup Lodge, and on May 23rd, we will be in Hachita.
So if there's a project that is to be considered, it has to be going to public input?
We have to open up the process to the public, but just because the project is on the ICIP, it may not be that the public gave any input on yes or no towards that. Just the process says that we must allow the public to come and voice their input.
Sure, but you have a list already.
We do.
Of projects that you want to accomplish. And
We do have a list, and I do have that with me every time we hold one of these public input meetings.
Okay, my question is when do you come up with a list?
I'm already in the process.
Okay.
So we have a list that was on last year. The top 3 are the ones that got some funding this last cycle through the legislature, or will get funding. And so the list remains, the items that are on the list typically remain unless I'm told to remove them. And then already reached out, I've had a meeting with Earl on his requests. I've had a meeting yesterday with the assessor's office on some of their ideas and some of their requests. We put it out to where if anybody's got an item that they need to bring up, please bring it to me. We do need to have some costs. So typically whoever it is that's got that capital request needs to get some cost estimates, because we can't just make up a number on there.
So if the commission had some item they wanted to see included, we would just go through you, but we would have to get a cost estimate?
Yeah, we do need to get a cost estimate. The cost estimate's definitely required when submitted if it's within the top 5. But again, I like to know that when we're going to put a cost on there, that we're pretty close to what it should cost if we did get it awarded. And so with the process, after doing the public input meetings, I like to get it done. It's a little bit cumbersome on the computer. The system's not the best to work through, especially in ranking them. But that, I just work with that internally. So I will try to give you present the list in June. That way you guys can start analyzing the priorities. And then in the July meeting, that's the meeting that I do need the list and the priority levels approved by the commission, because I have to submit it to Santa Fe and I typically get that done in August.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that kind of gives you the timeline there.
So, as far as county commissioners, if we have something that we think maybe should go on that list, we get with the county manager and you guys will help us with the cost, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the first part of my report, I wanted to give you just a brief overview of the Stepping Up program. It's a jail diversion program that we've been working on, 8-10 months. What I've left at your stations is a PowerPoint that I presented to the Interim Health and Human Services Committee last summer. It just gives a brief overview of what Stepping Up is. Stepping Up originated in Miami-Dade County, Florida. It's a nationwide program that is supported by the National Association of Counties, and it came to fruition because counties all over the United States are dealing with overcrowding and the incarceration of individuals in their jails that suffer from substance use disorders or mental health, behavioral health disorders or co-occurring disorders. Rural counties such as Grant County, we tend to struggle a little more in those areas because of lack of resources and because of we are typically in very sparsely populated geographic areas. We don't normally have as much funding as larger counties, and even when we do find money, it's still challenging to find adequate providers to provide services in your communities. So rural counties all over the United States developed this initiative. Kind of went from being proven in Miami-Dade County to really becoming a rural initiative. And so rural counties all over the United States developed some pretty creative strategies to meet the growing needs of those individuals who have the behavioral health and substance use disorders. And part of what makes this project work is utilization of telepsych, which we use in our facility, regional partnerships, either across counties or with providers, and the development of mobile crisis teams. That's something that we're having very preliminary discussion with that involves law enforcement, first responders, as well as behavioral health providers. Dan's mentioned in his report a couple of times about TUCASA becoming a crisis triage center, so that will help play a part in that mobile crisis team. As I mentioned, Stepping Up is a national initiative that began with the National Association of Counties. It's probably been, I can't even remember when we did it. Our process here began with a resolution that came in front of the board that supported this initiative and exploring how we could implement this process in our detention center. So the first step was you have to, and it's this handout, it's attached to the back. And so the first step was identifying which model you wanted to use in order to identify how you make this. It's a wraparound model or a sequential intercept model. So in your handout, you can see there are 6 different intercepts. Intercept 0, which is the crisis care continuum, crisis lines. That's where dispatch comes into place. That's where TUCASA comes into place as far as the crisis triage. Intercept 1 also continues on to dispatch, and that's where our local law enforcement comes into play. Intercept 2 is the initial detention and court hearings, their first court appearance. Intercept 3, if we have specialty courts such as drug courts, there's veteran courts. once they're entering into the jail. We don't have any dispositional courts here. Intercept 4 is the reentry process, where we've done a tremendous amount of work of whenever they're picking them up when they re-enter into the jail, or re-entering into prison, or re-entering into society. And then Intercept 5 is a community corrections piece where probation and parole come into effect. So that's the Intercept model that we're using. We had an initial meeting just to see if there was any interest in this. Our partners, stakeholders, of course, consist of local law enforcement, our first responders, so EMS, the Town of Silver City's Fire Department EMS, our public defender, the district attorney. We have district and magistrate judges. Gila Regional has been a part of this, as well as Hidalgo Medical Services as our provider at Tucasa, as well as their providing behavioral health services. Our first step is we reached out to Doñana County. Jamie Michael is their health services director, and she's a great resource. They began a program in Doñana County a few years back. So she came and gave us an overview of their program, what worked, what didn't work, gave us some suggestions as to how to move forward with this. At that time, we developed a task force. This task force has been meeting typically monthly. Occasionally, due to schedules, we have to cancel those meetings. That task force consists of the Silver City Police Chief, Gila Regional, HMS, Judge Laney. We have Judge Hall on there, Mike Carrillo. We have Susie Trujillo on there as a community legislative liaison, because she's very instrumental in finding any kind of behavioral health funding that might be out there. Our district attorney's been involved, our dispatch director. Did I leave anyone out? So over the course of the last few months, we've been meeting, and we've been, each meeting discusses, we've been doing what we would consider a gap analysis. We look at each one of the intercepts and trying to determine what resources we have available in the community and where we're lacking. So we've taken each one of those intercepts, and we're down to the last one of probation and parole, which we will tackle in the May meeting. Then in June, we plan on wrapping that process all up. We will look at each of those intercepts, identify where the gaps are, and kind of create a roadmap as to how we pull this together and how we bring in additional partners. Those additional partners would include housing for those that are homeless, perhaps unemployment, bringing workforce connections in, those sort of things. So there's a lot of other pieces that we haven't got there yet, or haven't brought in yet, because we need to identify this first and pull it all together. So it's been a long process, but I think we've made a lot of progress in this area. I'm excited that it's moving forward. It's one of those, the first meeting we have, typically when you ask for a task force, you have to beg people. Hands just shot up immediately, because everyone recognizes that we have this need in the community, and we need to make some progress moving forward. I did enter into a small contract with Krista Bolt. She has over 40 years of experience in correctional, mental health, social work, and counseling, and she helps me facilitate these meetings and kind of connect the dots and look at other resources. I did apply for a Freeport Community Investment Fund grant in the amount of $20,000. We were awarded that. We have a $10,000 match from the county and the city that we were, that each one of us had allocated towards these efforts. So we're putting that together for one pot of money. So we would have $40,000, and our intent for that is to really look at, as we're booking these individuals into the detention center, is creating that baseline data of what, asking some additional questions at booking as to where they may fit in these intercept models, and how what services do we need to connect to them with so that we can hopefully reduce the recidivism or connect them with the right services in the community to get the help that they need, so that they can be a productive member of society once they're released. So the other second prong of that is the case management piece, which was identified in this process early on is lacking in this community, is having that case management that kind of holds that person's hand and walks them through the process. That, you know, you have to go to your doctor's appointments, you have to go to counseling, you've got to go to workforce, or we put them in touch to maybe help them get their GED, or put them in touch with those that could help them with housing. Dan's also mentioned Bridges to Care, and Mike's also mentioned CareLinks, its program, that's the HMS program. That really ties in hand to hand with what we're trying to accomplish. So it's slowly coming together. I'm probably a little overly optimistic that we will be able to make some changes in some folks' lives and reduce the amount of individuals we're seeing in our jail with the substance abuse and the behavioral health disorders. I've mentioned to you that anywhere from 80 to 87, 88% in some months of the individuals incarcerated are being treated for one or the other or co-occurring disorders, and that's huge. So it's very costly, and they really need to be able to get the help that they need somewhere other than in jail. So that's the 30,000 foot of stepping up. I know the two new commissioners didn't really know what we were doing, and it's been a few months since I reported to the rest of you that we're aware that we're here when we started the program. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on that. If not, I'll finish everything else I have in my report.
Do we have any questions on that?
Oh, thank you.
Just a few things I've been working on the last month. I'm continuing to work with the sheriff and his staff on a step pay plan. They've completed that. It's on my desk for review. Also, I've been participating with some meetings that his department's had, exploring some outside funding for various different, not only for their department, but other first responder agencies in the county. So that's been it's been very educational for me to see that, you know, we're missing the boat on a lot of different opportunities that are out there. So I appreciate you and your staff for holding those meetings. In end of March, myself, our HR manager, and my department heads attended a management seminar that the chamber hosted by Glenn Shepard. It was a very educational half day that helped us learn about dealing with difficult people and how to handle those type situations. I attended a broadband summit that was hosted by Senator Udall in Albuquerque in March. It was Connecting New Mexico, the Future of Broadband in New Mexico, specifically the lack of the availability of broadband in rural areas. I found that to be tremendously educational, learning about what the technology is and how you connect that technology to rural areas. There's a lot, the outcome is there's a lot of work still to be done in rural New Mexico surrounding that. Renee Calloway and myself are currently evaluating different options for online employee evaluations to try and get away from our cumbersome paper process. So we're evaluating several different online systems that are out there to conduct employee evaluations. So hopefully it makes it easier on the elected officials as well as department heads in doing those evaluations. I participated in the SWACA meeting on April 1st. They met with Adam Mendonca, the Forest Service, to discuss several different issues, mainly around the forest plan revision. It was nice to actually be able to see some maps and have a better understanding of where that process was going. I've been invited to participate in, it's been titled Southwest New Mexico Collaborative. It was a strategic meeting. This is also organized by the Forest Service. They've hired a consultant to look at how the Forest Service plays a role in economic development in this region, particularly in Grant County. discussion surrounds different economic development opportunities, trails, vegetation collaborative, and how that all ties to economic development in Grant County. I held meetings with Joe Shepard and Robert Mendoza regarding Baton. That was in your report. I also met with George Morgan. He's the Director of Facilities Management for the state regarding some public health office improvements that we'll need to make. I'm not sure that you're all aware, the public health, by statute, the county's mandated to furnish office space for public health. So we have to make sure that we are providing adequate facilities for them. There's some security upgrades we need to make to their office. I was invited and participated in the 2019 Grant County Fire Preparedness Risk Assessment with the Forest Service. That was also very interesting. Randy and Nisha also were there, and it just gives an outlook of what fire season looks to be for Grant County moving forward. I would say he was pretty optimistic that we shouldn't have a bad fire season, but that was interesting to be able to participate in that process. I do want to express my gratitude to Lele Delaney and Luis Carrasco and David Buchholz of the Rohde firm. The GO bond sale went quicker than I've ever seen one go, seamless. I think we were complete by 10:30, 11 o'clock that day. Typically it's an ongoing, usually you're scraping by to have it done by 5 o'clock, and they did a tremendous amount of work up front, and I just want to express my sincere thanks to them. New Mexico County's hosted a webinar last week, and I believe you guys are getting these invitations, I'm not sure, on adult detention center accreditation process, which is something we're moving forward with, that really laid out the process of what accreditation from step one to the finish of what all we need to do leading up to that and what's required. So that was helpful. We'll be attending the New Mexico County's legislative session update tomorrow in Las Cruces. I don't know, are any of you going to that? Do I need to publish a notice? No, you received that as well from NMC. And the only other thing I wanted to, so our capital outlay awards consisted this year of $115,000 for sheriff's office vehicles. We received $200,000 to re-roof this admin building, as well as $200,000 to reconstruct the admin parking lot. And the only other thing was just to remind you of the ICIP public hearings. Typically we don't have a lot of public input, as Nisha mentioned, nor commission input, but that's the time to be able to hear from your constituents about what their needs may be for you to participate in the process. And we'll make sure that we send those reminders out of those dates as well. So that concludes my report, and it's time for any questions you might have.
Any questions? I do. The webinar that you had on the detention center, do you know if that was archived and maybe we could see it?
It was, and I can send that to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I will.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Harry.
Commissioner Brown, thank you for joining us.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for putting up with me being on the phone. Charlene, thank you very much for that report. A lot of information, and I feel it improves transparency about what we're up to. Certainly helps me understand what you're up to, so thanks a lot. I had some questions about the broadband initiative you went to. Did you get data about Grant County in particular in terms of like what percentage has access to broadband?
No, so they provided statewide and provided some maps that showed some gaps. I'll be happy to make copies of that for you for all of the commission, but it didn't really specifically give us any real detailed data on Grant County.
Okay. And then, so in general, perhaps maybe not for Grant County, but you mentioned that there's a lot of work needed in rural New Mexico. Is this work something other than just laying fiber?
No, I believe that that's where it needs to start, is the fiber and wireless network. I know there's a couple of vendors that spoke. There's some other technology that they're exploring that's out there. But it's just a matter of extending the fiber to the rural areas, and that's just, it hasn't happened yet. And it boils down to a funding issue, unfortunately.
Right. Okay, thanks. And then on the fourth collaborative that you mentioned, I know that they've put a lot of work into building a structure for moving forward on a variety of projects. I'm guessing that they went over that proposed structure with you when you went to the meeting? Had a leadership council, for example?
Yes, sir. We did discuss that. Nothing's been set in stone at this point. The conversation around that piece was developing a leadership council consisting of different partners from local government to, for instance, Priscilla, state parks, game and fish, all different players who would contribute to this effort. And then also a spin-off of that is a collaboration group which would consist of, say, people like Krista at the Forest Service, Nisha from the county, maybe Jamie from the city, those sort of actual folks that are dealing with these efforts day to day and are more familiar with, say, the funding streams than elected officials or city managers, county managers, that sort of thing.
Great. Did that, I don't know if you've had a chance to form an opinion yet, but did it strike you as an effective structure for moving things?
I thought so. There was a lot of discussion and a lot of redrafting of that particular little graph that we were working on. I believe that it made a lot of sense. It's been successful in some other states. So it seemed to make logical sense to me that it would be a successful way to partner and move forward.
Great. Glad to hear it. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I do have a clarifying question or an additional question about the broadband. So in that webinar, did they talk at all about 5G?
They did, some.
And wouldn't 5G, it's my understanding that 5G would do away with the need for laying fiber, is that true?
That's my understanding. They touched more briefly on that. One of their presenters did talk briefly about that, but it doesn't seem like the technology is quite there statewide, but it just...
Okay. So I think we should probably keep an eye on that because we probably don't want to spend a lot of money on fiber if 5G is going to be the way that things are going to go. Just would be a lot more funding intensive to lay fiber than it would be to do 5G.
Right, and so some of the, there were providers there from Comcast, CenturyLink, WNM Communications was there, and very engaged in the conversation. So it was interesting to see their perspective on things and to know that providers in our community were there learning about, possible future technology funding opportunities.
Sounds great. Great, thank you.
Any other questions from county manager? Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda is proposed and public input. The general purpose of the county work session is to inform the Grant County Board of Commissioners of the agenda items that will be addressed at the next regular meeting, and for the department heads and other elected officials to communicate with commissioners in regards to matters in their respective departments. In accordance with Grant County Resolution number R-19-01, we welcome public input limited to agenda items only and will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Do we have anyone for public input? Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is presentation and reports. Gila Regional Medical Center report. Kathy Arias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We're very pleased to be in front of you today to give you a brief summary of what's happened over the past month. For my part, I want to let you know that I have still been very heavily involved in physician recruitment. Dr. Rosser, who is our surgeon, did a second site interview. He came to talk about strategies for things that he would like to do to expand the surgical service line, also to look for housing, which seems to always be a stumbling block for our physicians. But we think we have found a suitable housing for him, and so we're looking forward to move on with his contract. The second one is our pediatrician, Dr. Borrell. We're just waiting for him to finish his credentialing process, and we look for him to start on June 1. Besides that, there are just one other thing I wanted to share with you, and it's more of an operational issue that I think it's important for you to know that we do in the hospital. We do what's called a risk survey of our hospital, and this is done annually per department. And what we look for per department is an in-depth look and question about any type of risk that department is under. And all of those risk evaluations are put into a risk management plan, an annual risk management plan. We have developed that for this year, this coming year, and once it goes to the board this month, I will be sharing that with you in paper format for you to look at. The other thing I wanted to share with you is that when we have any type of unforeseen event that happens in the hospital, we do what's called a root cause analysis. And that is a very in-depth investigation on the issue that has happened. This sometimes involves many people, from physicians to staff, to people that work in various departments, depending on what the issue is. But we bring these people together because we want to know, did we have a people issue? Did we have a policy issue? Did we have a procedural issue? Or did we have a systems issue? And all of those give us a very, very prime ability to make corrective action so that we don't have a recurrence of the event. So I wanted to let you know about that because that's it's a very important part of what we do to improve our performance in our hospital to the people. I'm only going to stop right there because I want to give the majority of the time to Richard, who has some financial issues that he would like to discuss with you. Do I have any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I have a couple questions. First is, what's the status of the CNO search?
We are interviewing our second CNO right now, and we hope to have an offer go out by tomorrow. And thank you very much for participating on that first interview.
Thanks for inviting me. I appreciate that very much. Second question I have is on the root cause analysis. Who instigates that?
It can be something that anyone in the hospital brings forth, and it can be an issue that anyone brings forth. And if we look at it, and it goes through our compliance officer in that department, we look at it and say, okay, is this something that is just a one-time issue that really we can handle and it's pretty obvious what happens, or do we need to do a deeper dive? And that is a decision made of risk and administration and those involved.
So I assume that one of the things that would instigate a root cause analysis would be like an unexpected death, or surgery, or something like that.
Correct.
Does that kind of thing also apply to personnel issues like morale or?
No, it does not.
Like that? Okay, so it's specifically around operational kinds of things.
That involves the patient.
That kind of patient involved.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
One more thing I'd like to add before, we did have a meeting with Ms. Webb and James Marshall, and Richard and I and our attorney, just to discuss one more time the JPA. And although we did not have any difference of outcome, I will tell you that I greatly appreciated the ability to have that communication with everyone at the table. I think we all learned something about the issues and circumstances that not only the hospital faces, but also the city and the county faces. And I will tell you that I learned that although hospitals are extremely complex, you could not give me Ms. Webb's job because it is even more complex. And I think it's because we look at operations through different eyes. And I have a true, deep, new appreciation for what she does and what all of you face. So thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is I know this is a little bit dated, but this is the month of, report for the month of February. So in a nutshell, the system made a profit of $29,000 in February, which brings our year-to-date profit to $32,000, as we reported at our last board meeting. A couple of things going on right now that's high priority for the finance area is the renegotiation of our commercial contracts. We completed the negotiations on all of the Medicare MCO plans. So now we're moving to our commercial paper. In fact, we have a call tomorrow with Blue Cross to have an interesting discussion because they're severely underpaid the hospital. Along those same lines, so we renegotiate these contracts, and so then the question is, are the payers paying us correctly? And, the short answer is no. So we'll be deploying a software solution very shortly that will take our contracts that we can model, and we can take the bill that we send, we can take the remittance advice that comes back, bounce that off of our contract terms, and tell us, pretty much who's underpaying us, and if there's an overpayment, it'll tell us that as well. And that does happen on occasion. So that's something we're working on in the next 30 days. Looking ahead to March, our income is projected to be about $1.5 million at the end of March, which is pretty much how it ended up. Cash collection, we're projecting around $4.2 million for March. Now, Mr. Moore, I can relate to your surprise by the state. You all know that, and we have mentioned this many times, how governmental regulations affect hospitals. So about 3 weeks ago or so, a month ago, I got a heads up that the Department of Health has changed the funding methodology for the Safety Net Care Pool. We received official notification this week that they actually have applied the new methodologies to the distribution for uncompensated care. And the impact of that was it cut our reimbursements about in half. Unfortunately, that half amounted to $5 million in calendar year 2017 and $4 million in calendar year 19. So it was quite a setback for the hospital. 17 and 19? Calendar year 17 was $5 million shortage, and calendar year 19 that we're in right now it's $4 million less than. If they had not changed the methodology, that's what we would have received. So it was quite a hit for the hospital, and so we are having discussions with the Department of Health and various other entities across New Mexico, including the Hospital Association. So that's consumed a right good bit of my time over the last 2 weeks or so. So anyway, any questions about that?
Well, what about 2018?
2018 will be settled next year, and so even to muddy the water even further, there's a change, and there's going yet again another change on how they're going to calculate what's allowable for uncompensated care to hospitals, and that is going to be partially based on the Medicare cost report form S10. Now, S10 is a form that Medicare initiated about a decade ago to collect uncompensated care costs of hospitals across the United States. It wasn't a required form, and it had no impact on reimbursement until 2018. So one of the things that I'll be doing in the very near future is going through. We will, in all likelihood, amend our Medicare cost report to provide updated data into the S10 report to make sure we capture as much of the uncompensated care that we actually did.
So the number I'm hearing is $9 million hit.
Yes, sir.
Without 2018 in the mix.
Correct.
And do you have any way of projecting, or what a projection of 2018 and any hit there?
So when I say hit, they aren't taking money back from us. So
right.
We were paid for 18. We'll most likely we'll just have 18 data and no additional revenue coming through the redistribution process that would normally occur. So, to muddy the water even further, under the new methodology, some of the smallest hospitals in New Mexico is actually getting paid above their Medicaid cost to provide care. I think we're receiving about 23% of our cost to provide care. It costs a lot of money to provide care to the Medicaid population, and the Safety Net Care Pool was meant to narrow that gap between what we spend and what we get reimbursed. And so, it looks like we're going to take it on the chin for a couple of years until they work through this process.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I have a whole bunch of questions.
As we thought you would.
It might take me a minute to have all this settle in my brain, but. So when we talk about the state and the Safety Net Care Pool, these are funds that are set aside or encumbered in order to reimburse you for care to Medicaid patients, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or to people who can't pay.
Correct, yes, ma'am. And so it's the uninsured, and then there's a component between what Medicaid did pay us and what our cost was. Okay. That's really where the gap's at.
So this 23%. So just to make it simple mathematically, if a procedure costs $1,000, and if its actual cost of providing the service is $1,000, and you are reimbursed $500 for that, then there's a $500 gap, and you're only being reimbursed 23% of that $500 gap? Is that where the 23% of reimbursed?
No, so let's just say it's $1,000, like you said. Medicaid is going to pay us, let's say, $100. And so the gap between the cost and what was reimbursed is the gap available to be reimbursed through the safety net care pool.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're only getting 23% of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on top of that 23%, because somebody decided they're going to do their math differently now, you're going to lose an additional $9 million?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. You know, to be
Who makes
fair,
these decisions?
the Department of Health. Now, to be fair, the Department of Health is responding to federal guidelines. Now, having said that, you know, how they apply the federal guidelines is within their purview. And I believe, as many small hospital CFOs believe, and even the Hospital Association will admit that the distribution is not equitable under this new methodology.
Okay, I want to so the state has the freedom to apply the federal guidelines. They can make decisions about it. So the feds give you have certain guidelines. State has the freedom to apply them, and at some level, the Hospital Association and other people agree that the DOH is not interpreting those guidelines appropriately based on small hospitals versus big or something like that.
The state has the ability to formulate a response to the federal requirements. The CMS has to approve that response. So there is some check there from a federal level. However, we believe that the response that they finally settled on and have already submitted to CMS is a flawed response.
Who is in charge of writing that response? Is that so? What I'm really asking is this a holdover from the Martinez administration?
No,
is this new?
This is new, yes, ma'am.
And I would assume that the cabinet secretary of DOH had a hand in this decision-making process?
Probably not. Is that Secretary Kunkel? Yeah. Well, she's aware because I sent her a letter. But beyond that, the
$1 million might be worth more than a letter.
we're not quite through yet. So, the Department of Health has contracted with a firm called Myers and Stauffer to manage a lot of the Medicaid program reimbursement issues. Myers and Stauffer is the one that formulated the response to the federal regulations, and the Department of Health reviewed and signed off on it. Now, so I've told you my understanding as it's been told to me.
Okay, I'm not done yet. Just want to think about everything you said for a second. So, the $9 million is, I think I heard you say they're not taking it away.
Correct.
So, the way the reimbursement process works is you have a budgeted amount that you think you're going to get reimbursed based on the formula that they were using for 2017, for example.
Correct.
And so that's money that you haven't seen yet, but that you budgeted because you were expecting it.
We partially budgeted for the 1.5 million was recognized in our budget. Yeah.
So $3.5 million you weren't willing to budget because you never can trust those people?
If you remember, Commissioner Edwards, when we were presenting the budget to you last year, we mentioned this about we were expecting to get X, but we were being very, very conservative and only booking partial of it in a very small amount because we felt uncomfortable booking the whole thing because of these unknowns. And this is exactly what happened.
But what we're really talking about is running a business based on a formula that has now been changed and has fundamentally changed, even though you didn't have the money, it's fundamentally changed your costs of providing services to the tune of $9 million plus the unknown amount for 2018. Do I have this, am I thinking about this right?
That's pretty much correct. Now, you know, we did not, and we do, so if you look at the current financials, you know, we're kind of skimming water right now, which is better than we were doing in the past. Now, you know, as I've explained this around the hospital, you know, this money coming in was going to be icing on our cake, so to speak. So that would allow the hospital to fairly quickly move ahead with some projects that we had on the table. So from an operational standpoint, it's not going to have a great deal of effect because I didn't budget with that. I knew it was there, but I didn't base the budget on it.
Right, but it's the difference between squeaking by
It absolutely
and
is.
having
Yes.
the financial capacity to make needed improvements.
So just to give you an idea of the time frame, I received an email, I think it was 10:30 on a Thursday. I happened to be in Santa Fe that Thursday speaking with the financing authority. When I got back Friday, I saw the email. The plan was submitted to CMS Friday morning. There was zero opportunity for input from no hospital. The Hospital Association, I think, had 2 days notice of what they were proposing. So, yeah, it was quite a surprise.
And, you know, sometimes things like that happen that way specifically to keep you from having input.
Right.
Do you feel like that's what happened here? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you can nod if you'd like.
It's telephones.
Yeah. You know, there needed to be more, hospitals needed more opportunity to understand. I think, you know, the impact of this for the small hospital group, not the smallest hospital, they're doing great. But that what I call tweener hospitals, you know, between 25 and 100 bed, you know, those are the ones that are really taking it on the chin. Now, unfortunately, Gila Regional is leading that pack in the financial impact by a fair amount. So, you know, there are other hospitals that lost millions, but none of the other hospitals in our peer group lost the extent to which we did. Now, mind you, these calculations were done and have been used for years. And to have a day's notice with a fundamental change, I don't think is reasonable. With absolutely no ability to even understand the issue before it was submitted to CMS, I think was unreasonable, in my opinion.
Is there a chance that it could be appealed?
There is no mechanism in place for an appeal. So this if any appeal is to happen, it's going to have to be in the political realm.
And so tell us what conversations you're having in that realm about the impact of this. Have you had a chance to do that yet?
So I did send various people, the Lieutenant Governor, Senator Ramos, the Secretary of Health, and the fella at the, I can't recall his name, at the Department of Health that's kind of over this, interacting between the Department of Health, the New Mexico Hospital Association, and Myers and Stauffer. So I've registered our complaint there, as well as other hospitals in New Mexico have done likewise. So our next step is we are having weekly calls with the Hospital Association somewhat about this issue, but my feeling is, and this is just my feeling, is that they're hoping to get some distance between the event and because every day that goes by, the likelihood of changing this methodology decreases. I did get a response from the Lieutenant Governor's office yesterday afternoon, so they are looking at it. So, we're having some additional conversations in the very near future about this particular issue.
And have you had conversation, so they're promulgating federal rules, right? Essentially.
That's my understanding.
So have you had conversation with our federal delegation offices, Senator Udall, Xochitl Torres-Small?
No, ma'am, I haven't, and I haven't done that simply because the federal rule was a result of a lawsuit brought by the hospital industry against CMS, which the hospital industry won. The impact of that is adverse to, in my opinion, small hospitals, which is under appeal now. So who exactly knows what's going to happen at the end of the day there from a legal standpoint?
I would encourage you to engage the federal delegation anyway.
What do you say? Now, I do want...
If I could just kind of bring it down to our local levels and what this means to us.
Well, that was going to be my next question.
And
so what about the local level?
So number one, we wanted the public to be aware of what was going on because we were not even aware until the nth hour. So I think it's very, very important that our public be made aware of the potential impact. So if you look at the percentage of what this means to certain services in our hospital. So right now, as Richard has explained to you in the past, there are maybe 3 or 4 departments or service lines that actually lose money and lose a lot of money, but they are necessary for this community. Our OB services, our EMS services, our behavioral health services, all are departments that lose over $1 million a year, each one of those. So you but we have other service lines that balance out. But when you start encroaching on the money that we get from those other departments, it's going to affect those service lines even greater. So this is where other hospital systems start to pick and choose on what services they are going to be able to continue. We don't want to get to that point, and that's why we want to make everyone aware of the situation.
Well, I think the thing that has to be said about this is that it's not just that we're a rural community with a small hospital, but we're a low-income rural community that really relies on those 3 services. OB, EMS, and behavioral health. And, we just got done talking about, how that fits into the comorbidities at the detention center and, all these other issues. And so, in a nutshell, to me, this just seems like another part of a broader, I hesitate to use the word attack, but a broader amount of pressure on poor people.
I don't disagree with you on that, and we understand that it's especially in this community the need for those types of services. But to contrast us to, let's say, a rural hospital in New Mexico, in Georgia. There are no rural hospitals in Georgia that provide OB services. And so, but the difference is, I think there's 150 hospitals, maybe not 75 hospitals in Georgia. There's a lot of hospitals, but whereas here, we're fairly isolated. And we just week before last, without question, if we did not have OB services at Gila Regional, this baby would have died, no question. So we understand the need. So let's step back for a second. You know, I know I've hit you. If you felt like I felt when I first realized what had been done to the hospital, you know, you're probably pretty sick. So let me tell you something about rural hospitals and people that work in rural hospitals, especially people in our positions. I'm sad to say that I'm pretty doggone used to getting hit in the back of the head, and that's unfortunate. In order to survive in this type of environment, you've got to have the constitution to weather these types of storms. And then you got to plan for the future as best you can. So let me tell you a little bit about some items that we've initiated unbeknownst to these types of issues, this particular issue going on. But so I initiated an action about 3 months ago that would allow Gila Regional to go back to 2015, 16, 17, and 18 to recapture or to capture some funding available from CMS. So for calendar year or fiscal year 15 and 16, the estimated yet the formulas don't change. But the estimated reimbursement to Gila Regional is $3 million. So I have 17 and 18. Those 15 and 16 have already been submitted to CMS, already been accepted by CMS. We're just waiting on them to do their calculations and send us a check. So we have 2 additional years to go by. And we're also chasing some funding that, you know, should be coming somewhere between $250,000 and $500,000 simply by filing paperwork related to how we discharge patients. So fortunately, we had these 2 other programs going on in the background that was going to add additional cushion to the hospital. But now it's just going to, if everything stays the same, it's just going to be replacing part of what we had expected. So it's not like there aren't other opportunities. And part of my job is to look out and see what's available to the hospital, what have we not taken advantage of in the past, get people that know how to do these things to do them, and then make sure that every year we continue down, making sure we make these applications, because if you don't apply for it, you won't get it.
Well, as much as I sincerely appreciate your efforts on that, it's kind of hard not to see it as in, oh, you're finding all that extra money, let's figure out a way to take something else away.
Well, one program is Medicare on the federal level, the other's Medicaid state level, so I doubt very seriously they know about that. But I see your point.
That whole conspiracy theory thing. Okay, so I'm going to absorb all this, and I may come back to you with some additional questions, which I'll just call your office and make an appointment for. But the final thing that I would like to know is, would some kind of letter or resolution or, you know, we all know what we've been through in the last couple of years over the hospital. We all recognize and acknowledge how important this hospital is to this community, especially when you talk about things like babies that won't survive, that sort of thing. Is there, you know, my initial reaction is we all need to march up to Santa Fe and sit on the governor's head and, you know, fix this. But is there something that the commission can do as a whole, a letter, a resolution, something that would help this process?
I think a letter of concern to the governor would be greatly appreciated on our part. You know, they expect the hospital to complain. So I think any correspondence you could have in support the hospital in this community, I think was completely in order.
So Mary Alice and Daily Press, would you please put that out there, that letters to the governor are important. And I would just ask my fellow commissioners that we direct a letter to the governor regarding this. I think this is a serious problem.
So we really do greatly appreciate any assistance that you can give us and any support. We shared this with a couple of our physicians, and within a week, one of them was calling saying, you know, I can do better. I want to do better in my practice. Let me help you a little bit more here. And it was very touching. It was very touching because, you know, they say, how is a loaf of bread made? And it's, you know, one crumb at a time. How is an ocean filled? One drop at a time. But I see this as being a state of emergency for us because this is crucial. This is crucial. And if we let this go, with this uncompensated care, this formula, what's next? Is Medicare next? How would that affect our community? So I think that the more enforce we show on this as a unity, the stronger we will come off. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I support that letter or resolution that Commissioner Edwards has suggested. I don't know how the quickest way to get that done, as you stated, every day that goes by. It's probably critical. I also wanted to ask, and I suppose that you're considering some sort of litigation, since you've talked a lot about litigation, how that's changed things, or...
We have talked about that.
We have. You know, I guess the beauty or the curse of litigation is it can be brought at any time, regardless of the amount of time that passes. The wrong is the wrong. However, you know, before we start getting a bunch of lawyers involved in it, which I really believe that this is going to require a political solution and not a legal solution. I think the state Department of Health needs to do the right thing, and they don't need to favor one group of hospitals over the other.
So you can help us draft our letter and get this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I would say that the sooner you have a draft to us of something that we can review and edit, the sooner we'll get it out. And I think a letter, correct me if I'm wrong, would be the fastest way to do something, right? Because then it's just a matter of us agreeing to sign it rather than having to have a special meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody for indulging my questions.
Great questions. So, moving on to the next item, Hidalgo Medical Services update. I don't see Mr. Otero here.
That's my fault. He requested every other month, and I put this on the agenda, so he'll be here next month.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to item D, update on Holloman Airspace expansion and current military training over the Gila region. Ms. Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you again today, and I have a couple aims with this presentation. You can see the outline here, but before I talk about the outline of the presentation, I just want to say that my aims are to prepare you for the issuance of the draft environmental impact statement for Holloman's F-16 training which we expect possibly next month or early summer. So I want to prepare you for that. Also, my other aim is to let you know about current military flying activities over the Gila so that you're aware of what's going on now, because some of the residents of Grant County have been making complaints and have been asking questions about those. And so I want to also give you some information so that you can answer these questions. One of the things to know about me, and I'd like to say this again, is that I am a retired Air Force colonel after 24 years of service in the Air Force. And I worked in the beginning of my career as an air weapons controller, so a person who actually controlled the aircraft, many of the aircraft that we're going to talk about today, in the beginning of my career, and I ended my career in the Secretary of the Air Force's office. So where Heather Wilson is today, I was there back at the end of my career for 2 years. So I've kind of been in the trenches with these aircraft and also at the top of the Air Force with the decision-making process. So I feel like I'm qualified to answer questions. And one of the things also to know, and I want to restate this to the Commission, is that I am not an Air Force advocate, and I am also not an activist. I am here just to be an honest broker of information and to, answer any questions that you might have and support you in your decision-making and your responses, etc. So I hope you'll see me that way and will be willing to ask any questions that you have. And I just want you to know that I'm a resource here. I'm also a Grant County resident, and so this impacts me as well. So one of the things we know is that we support the military. We know that the military has a need for training. There's no question about that. And the question is this the right place to do that training? So that's one of the things to look at. So today I want to talk to you about current military airspace. I've provided a couple maps. These maps will be featured in the presentation. I have several maps here. I wanted you to have close-up opportunity to look at those maps because it might be a little harder to see those on the screen. So just 2 maps. We're going to talk about current military airspace over southern New Mexico. I want to talk just really briefly about the airspace optimization for home and Air Force Base. I have met with each of you individually, and several of you have heard my earlier presentation, which was actually, interestingly, in August of last year before you passed your resolution. I've met individually with Commissioner Salas and Commissioner Ponte. We have plans to meet next week, and so I'm really looking forward, Mr. Chair, to meeting with you individually to get you more up to speed on the Homeland proposal. So I'm just going to talk about that really briefly. I want to talk about the Arizona Air National Guard because there are some things that are going on that you need to know about. I want to talk about Luke Air Force Base and the move of the Taiwan Air Force to Tucson. I'm going to talk about Kirtland Air Force Base and what's happening there. I want to talk then about the C-130s over the Gila region. And finally, I want to talk about military training routes in southern New Mexico, and this is some low-level flying that's happening. I know that sounds like a lot, but I will be able to get through it in a few minutes. Although I acknowledge that if you have questions, I'm willing to take those questions as we go along, or wait till the end as you wish. So let's just jump into this presentation. Many of you have seen, hold on, it would help if I turn my clicker on. Many of you have seen the map of the current airspace that exists in southern New Mexico. These are airspaces that have existed for many years, and these airspaces have been used for various purposes over the years and are now being reevaluated by the Air Force. So the red airspaces that you see, those are the airspaces that are controlled and owned by Home and Air Force Base, and that is really what's involved in the airspace optimization. The black airspaces out to the east are owned and controlled by Cannon Air Force Base for their purposes. In the middle there, the gray area, a little bit darker gray area where you see Home and Air Force Base and the ranges, that's White Sands Missile Range. And those are airspaces that are used by Holloman as well as other bases when those opportunities are present or available. So, in other words, the main mission of White Sands is not F-16 training, for instance. They have other missions that are their primary, but those airspaces over White Sands Missile Range can also be used when the Army is not using those for other testing. The yellow airspace is the Cato Smitty airspace that's owned by the New Mexico International Guard out of Portland. And the blue airspace, those are airspaces, actually several different airspaces. You see those delineated as several airspaces that are owned and controlled by the Tucson Air National Guard or the Arizona Air National Guard in Tucson. The gray area down to the south over southern New Mexico and Arizona is also an airspace, and I'll be talking about that a little bit later. So there are many airspaces already existing, and the optimization project that we're talking about takes into account right now just those red airspaces. This is another map that I just want to show you, and we'll just be talking briefly about this. You can see Grant County delimited there, and also the border between Arizona and New Mexico. And you can see that there are airspaces in Grant County, over Grant County actually, out there to the west. And you can also see in southern Grant County there's a low-level route. Again, I'll be speaking more about that shortly. There are also many airspaces extending into Arizona and certainly on the southern Arizona border. So I want to just talk just for a second about the airspace optimization for Holloman Air Force Base F-16 training that's being run by the Air Force, Headquarters Air Force, out of the Pentagon. And this is something that was the subject of the presentation I gave last year. So, as you know, there are several alternatives being considered for Holloman. Alternative one is to expand an existing airspace. I'll show a map just in a minute here. Alternative two is to expand that yellow airspace, or Cato and Smitty, and also add a new airspace that's called Logos, Military Operations Area, MOA. And that is, of course, up here in our area. That's the one that residents here have been concerned about and which your resolution took into account last year. The Air Force did add an alternative 3 after a meeting with the FAA, and that was made known to us at the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee meeting in Alamogordo last October. Colonel Campo, who, as many of you know, was here. He's the wing commander at Holloman. He was here just a few weeks back, and he briefed that committee shortly after he took command of the wing down there at Holloman, and said that a third alternative has been added. We don't know what that third alternative is right now. He was not at liberty to discuss that alternative. It will be released in the draft environmental impact statement. And I will give you my feeling on that, but again, I don't have any special intelligence on this. So I'll talk about that in a minute. The fourth alternative is always do nothing, just leave it as is, and of course, we know that doesn't satisfy the requirements. This is the alternative 1 proposal. It's just an expansion of the Talon airspace, which is an existing airspace down near Holloman Air Force Base. Alternative 2, as you're familiar, is the expansion of Cato Smitty, and you can see the proposed limitation of that airspace. The northern part of that airspace is something that would be given back to the FAA as its airspace is expanded farther to the east, proposed. And then, of course, the addition of the Logos MOA. The dotted line represents a notional airspace. It's not been limited or delimited. It will be described in the draft environmental impact statement where exactly the airspace would be, as well as how large it would be. So we don't know the dimensions of it, we don't know the exact location of it, but you can see Silver City there in the map and its relation potentially to Silver City. One of the things that I think is possible for alternative 3, which we're not sure what it is, but the meeting with the FAA caused the Air Force to really take another look. I think it has to do with alternative 2, and you can see the line that goes north, the dashed line that goes, from San Simeon up to through Consequences and up to the north. That is an FAA route. And so because that's an existing route, the FAA may have some concerns about how close that Lobos MOA might come to that Victor route. So it's possible that alternative 3 has to do with a modification of alternative 2. But again, I don't have any special knowledge or intelligence about this. So one of the things to just know about the NEPA process, which is of course the public law having to do with the environmental impact statement that is coming out. Headquarters Air Force has delayed the release of the draft EIS. It was due out last fall and now is still not out, as you know, and now they're saying possibly late spring or early summer release. When they do release that, we will have 45 days to comment on that, so to review and make comments. And of course, I will try to alert everyone as soon as I'm aware that it's out. I am in contact with people at home, and after having made a visit there last year, so I have some pretty good contacts down there, and they keep me pretty well on the loop. The Headquarters Air Force contractor is drafting the report right now, or the EIS right now. They received more than 2,300 scoping comments just from Grant County alone, not to mention other places. And of course, these other things have happened, including resolutions and letters, and most recently the mining district towns have come on board with their own resolutions. So according to the NEPA process, all these inputs are to be factored into the draft environmental impact statement. So that's where we stand on that, and that's really all I want to say about that, unless there are any questions. Okay, moving on. Yes.
Harry Brown, thanks for the presentation. I can't see the map, I'll look at later, but I'm curious, is it also possible that the new alternative 3 is going to be a mix of 1 and 2? This is something that former Lieutenant Governor John Sanchez implied when he came and met with us a year ago or so.
It is possible, really anything is possible at this point, Commissioner Brown, and we really don't know. It would be more likely that they would evaluate a specific alternative, because the way they go about evaluating is to evaluate 10,000 sorties in each of these alternatives. And so it is possible that it could be a mix, or it is possible that it's a discrete alternative, and the Air Force always has the option to pick 2 alternatives to implement rather than just 1. So again, we don't know, but yes, that is always a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions about this? Okay. So the Arizona Air National Guard at Tucson Air National Guard Base, and for those of you who aren't familiar with it, that base is located at the airport. And so if you've ever flown out of there, you may have seen F-16s, fighter jets, parked on the ramp over there. They have many aircraft parked over there, and they are very active. So I went to visit them to understand exactly what they were doing over our area right now, and I'd like to just explain a little bit about what's going on from the Tucson Air National Guard base. So the Arizona Air National Guard at the Tucson Air National Guard Base has the 162nd Wings stationed there. They have 3 squadrons, 3 active flying squadrons, as well as 1 training squadron. Right now there are 30 F-16s stationed at this Air National Guard Base. And one of the things to know is that these are Air National Guard aircraft, so they're assigned to the Air National Guard, but there are also other nations' aircraft stationed there. Currently, the Iraqi Air Force has 8 aircraft there. They are expected to leave in the spring, possibly as early as this month, to go back to Iraq. The Netherlands Royal Dutch Air Force is there with 10 F-16s included in that total of 80, and they are not expected to leave. They are expected to stay there. One of the things about the mission of this wing is that they are responsible for education and flight training of not only Air National Guard, but also international F-16 air crews. And this is essentially a contract, if you will, from the Air Force. that this is what they perform for the Air Force. They have trained F-16 pilots from 25 different countries, and including the ones you see up on the screen. Of course, again, Iraq and the Netherlands are currently there. The training includes sorties involving the use of chaff flares, which have been a main concern in this area. One of the things to understand about this training is that it is ongoing, and, you know, if people are experiencing a lot of F-16 traffic on the weekend, it's because the Air National Guard largely flies on the weekend. Now, they're flying also during the week because they're conducting training. But they have one weekend a month where, of course, they bring everyone in and they conduct operations. So that would be done on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, mostly Saturday and Sunday. I did ask them about their Sunday flying. They said they curtail flying about 3 o'clock, bring everybody back, debrief, put everything up, and then go home. So that's what's going on there. This traffic, this flying is happening in the western part of our county, in the Reserve and Morenci airspaces, and also an overlay airspace, which is that hatched area there called Rustler. And those airspaces are used by the Air National Guard as well as the ones extending into Arizona. They also use the low-level route that you see over southern Grant County that comes into the Tombstone airspace, which is that southern airspace there. One of the things to note just on this is that they are authorized to fly 2,460 sorties per year. So in other words, individual missions or individual aircraft per year in Rustler. And this chart just really shows what their operations look like. You can see on the fourth line the Rustler operations. The F-16s really control about 1,939 of those. And this was in 2018, by the way, and they're authorized up to 2,460 in that area. So there's a lot going on already over Grant County, and one of the things to know is that any training in these airspaces by F-16s is not being done by Holloman right now. It's actually being done by the Tucson Air National Guard. Moving on to Luke Air Force Base and the Taiwan Air Force moving. We did receive word last year that the Air Force is evaluating a move from Phoenix down to Tucson for the Taiwan Air Force squadron. And this was a draft environmental assessment, which is a little bit lower level assessment than the environmental impact statement. And this was issued in June of 2018, and the comments were due by the end of July. And so the interesting thing about this is that the environmental assessment contained a finding of no significant impact of moving this squadron. And that's because the Iraqi Air Force is leaving with 8 aircraft, and the Taiwan Air Force would be coming in with 14 aircraft. So what they're saying is there's a minimal impact of having 6 additional aircraft on the ramp and flying from there. One of the things about the Taiwan Air Force is they do have their own airspaces, and they've been flying for a long time out in Arizona. They have their own airspaces and are not expected to use the same ones as the Guard uses. However, that can change. You know, it could always happen that they could add sorties to those airspaces. So there you see the total annual sorties for the Taiwan Air Force at about 6,459, and they will continue flying. They're expected to possibly move in December of this year. So whereas the Iraqi Air Force is leaving, the Taiwan Air Force is coming to Tucson in December. The Air Force did receive comments from people in the local area that were submitted on this draft environmental assessment, and so they should be taking those comments into account. Now, Susan, can I ask you a question? Yes, please.
So, would you tell me again what airspaces the Taiwan Air Force is flying in?
They use airspaces that are in Arizona, not over our area.
They're only over Arizona?
They're only over Arizona right now, yes. Yes, we don't know what impact it might be in the future, but for right now, we know that they have their own assigned airspaces.
And does Do they have to go through the NEPA process to expand those airspace uses, to go into another airspace?
This is part of the NEPA process, just moving them right now, so the environmental assessment is under NEPA. It's a little bit, a level below environmental impact statement is environmental assessment. And so included in the environmental assessment is which airspaces they're using and all that sort of thing. If they were to expand or optimize airspace, that could lead to an additional EA or EIS. We just have to see what happens in the future. So we are staying kind of tuned into that just to see what's happening there.
Thanks for that verification.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so I'm just moving on. I did visit Kirtland Air Force Base as well as Tucson and Holloman, and have just a little bit to say about what's happening with the Air Force and Air National Guard up there. One thing to know is that at Kirtland Air Force Base we have the 58th Special Operations Wing. It is an Air Force active duty wing. They train special operators as well as air crews in search and rescue. And search and rescue is one of their main lines of business up there. And it's been that way since I was actually stationed there in the early to mid-80s. They do have C-130s that fly from there as well as helicopters. Those aircraft are, from what I was told, not flying over our area. They have their own operating areas over places like Belen, and even to the little bit to the south of Albuquerque. And so they are not currently flying over our area, even though they exist up there. So I wanted to go up there and check it out and find out what was going on with those aircraft, because I had a suspicion that it was possible that the C-130s that are flying over our area might have been from Kirtland, or also from Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, and right now that's not the case either. One of the things to know about Kirtland is that we also have the 150th Special Operations Wing, which is an Air National Guard wing. And this is a very important thing to note, is that they have no aircraft assigned. In fact, they lost their F-16s, which they had assigned to that wing, back in the 2010 base realignment and closure process. And we are one of only 3 states without a flying mission for our Air National Guard, which is quite stunning, actually. I was amazed to learn that. They can continue to control the Cato and Smitty airspace, and that yellow airspace that I talked about. They support the active duty units training and mission, and they have many other different missions that are going on out there, such as aircraft maintenance, communications, logistics, civil engineering, and intelligence. And why that's important is that presents a lot of opportunity for people in New Mexico, especially our young folks, to decide to join the Air National Guard and actually learn those careers and learn those high-tech things that exist for them to do in the Air National Guard. So they are very interested in talking to our high school students here. I would be happy to link up anyone who would like to have presentations from the Air National Guard about these opportunities for our young folks. The lack of assigned aircraft doesn't really hamper their ability to perform these missions. What it does hamper is their ability to support New Mexico's state operations, such as search and rescue and disaster relief. And because they don't have aircraft of their own, they can't just fly down here in a helicopter and help us out. So that is definitely an issue. It also creates challenges for them for recruiting and retention of pilots, not so much the other career fields. So something to know about the Air National Guard. But they are not, their aircraft, the aircraft from Kirtland Air Force Base are not flying in this area, so that's something for us to know. So I do want to now talk about C-130s over the Gila region, because as you know, those have been reported recently, have been a big deal. Recently, people have been very concerned about what's going on, and with the help of some folks that we were able to connect with at home in Air Force Base, I was able to find out where these aircraft are coming from and connect directly with their unit. And so I have information to share with you about this morning. So the C-130 flights that have been reported recently over the Gila region, interestingly enough, are coming from the 139th Airlift Wing of the Air National Guard, the Advanced Airlift Tactics Training Center at Rosecrans Air National Guard base in St. Joseph, Missouri. And that was quite a surprising thing to me because they're coming quite a long way to do this training. The recurring training that they're doing are part of a 9-day course. So in other words, we have probably experienced these C-130s before and didn't know where they were coming from. This isn't something that's just starting out. It has been happening over time. It's just that recently people are becoming much more aware and also are reporting low-level flights over their areas. And so I wanted you to have some information so that you were able to respond. These crews that are being trained in the C-130 are coming from the Air Force, also the Marine Corps, the Air National Guard, as well as allied nations. So most recently they were from the Air Force and also from the Marine Corps. The sorties are flown here in New Mexico and Arizona because of the terrain in this region. And again, I don't have any special intelligence channel that's telling me what to think about this, and of course they are not divulging what missions they're planning for. That would be classified information. But I'm able to kind of just relate to what they're trying to train for in knowing what the terrain, for instance, in Afghanistan is like. So this is the terrain in Afghanistan. This is a picture of what it looks like in Afghanistan. And I think you can imagine that this terrain that we are living in here very much reminds them of missions such as this, not just in Afghanistan, but such as this, which they are preparing for. Another picture of it would be this. This is Afghanistan. So, you know, you might say to yourself, well, it looks like New Mexico, it looks like Arizona. And of course, there are other areas in the world that look like this, you know, not just Afghanistan, but I'm just positing that as something that they're looking at as far as when they're training over our area. So the sorties that are reported by residents, or that were reported by residents on March 14th, included Marine Corps aircraft as well as Air Force aircraft, and the Marine Corps aircraft is the one that launched the flares. So those of you who are familiar with those reports know that there were residents who were concerned because flares were launched over a field nearby, and they were very concerned about those flares. The report from the Air National Guard unit in Missouri says that they were actually flying in the Morenci airspace. That's where they believe they were, and residents here, of course, believe that they were not in an airspace. They were just in the local area. So this is something that still needs more research and it needs to be run to ground. Like I said, I have been in direct contact with their unit. I have expressed the concerns of the local residents. I've also sent them reports that were made by local residents. So they have those reports and are looking at those reports right now. This is something that, you know, it really would be up to the commission, Mr. Chairman, to decide if you wanted to respond further to these reports or make your concerns known. But basically, I'm also awaiting a response from the 139th Airlift Wing. I've requested their scheduling information so I can make you and others in the community, elected leaders as well as citizens, aware of what to expect from this. You know, if this is an ongoing thing, then how can we understand it and be aware of when it might be happening? I want to just show a map here, and this is one of the maps that you have closer to you there, because again, it might be important for you to be able to see it more closely than just on the screen here. You can see Highway 180 going up from Downey, of course, coming through Baird, Silver City, et cetera, and you can see, of course, 180 continuing up toward Cliff. And if you look in the Cliff Gila area, you can see there how close the Morenci airspace comes to that area. And this is where the Air National Guard says they were flying. And so, I don't know if I can gesture to it. Unfortunately, I have a low-tech pointer displaying because my laser pointer won't work. Let me just come up here and see if I can point to it. So the junction that's up here, if you see these two, touch it. If you see the two highways going north, the roads going north, and the NCO is coming down, that's where Cliff and Gila are. So they're very close. And, you know, it is possible that they could have been in Morenci, or it is possible that they could have been outside Morenci. Now, one of the things to know about these aircraft is that they have very sophisticated computer systems that tell them when they're in an airspace. That's not to say we have to believe that that's where they were, but it is to say that they are, you know, are saying that we were operating in the Morenci airspace, and when they're in these airspaces, in these MOAs, they do actually have authorization to launch flares and deploy chaff. So this is not something that I need to get approval for, it's already approved for those airspaces. Any questions about the C-130s before I go on? I would be willing to work with you if there's additional information you need as you decide potentially how to respond to this. I'm willing to provide additional information, and will, of course, once I hear from them again, I will provide all the information I gain from them to you, so you can understand and respond to your constituents. And now I'd like to finally talk about military training routes in southern New Mexico, just generally. And one of the things to know is that there are various low-level routes over all of southern New Mexico. And the one I'm showing you here is one that you also have a map of. And you can see the red lines. If you see the dark red line on the map there, you will you'll see the actual route, the military training route. So the dark red line is the route, and the lighter red lines outline the boundaries of the route. So within those boundaries, anywhere along that route is where these aircraft can fly. Coming into the low-level route, the aircraft can fly as low as 100 feet above the ground. And you can see that this low-level route extends all throughout the Gila area, the forest area, as well as the wilderness areas, the Alto Leopold and the Gila wilderness. One of the things to know is that as they're coming in, there are avoidance areas, and so you can see the blue avoidance areas. Two of the avoidance areas on either side of the Gila wilderness are not to fly below 500 feet, and then over the main part of the wilderness, aircraft are not allowed to fly below 1,500 feet. And so, you know, these are the requirements for using this airspace. Now, one of the things to know is that Holloman Air Force Base controls this low-level route. And so anyone who wants to use this low-level route has to schedule with Holloman Air Force Base. And they do that by basically calling up their scheduler, and when they do call up to schedule this airspace, they are required to receive a briefing from Holloman Air Force Base. So they receive a briefing about what the limits are on this airspace, as well as the avoidance areas and things like that, you know, features like the wilderness areas and the cliff dwellings and all those sorts of things. These are the users of that airspace back in 2017. So you can see they come from really, I could name all the different states that those bases are in. And they extend all the way from, for instance, Seattle area in Washington State to Oklahoma, as well as Arkansas and other places. So again, many different aircraft can come out here and fly these low-level routes, and they do that for their training. Again, Holloman is required to brief them. So that's one low-level route. One of the things to notice about this map is that that low-level route, even the southern boundary of the low-level route, is above or north of the cities of Baird, Hurley, Santa Clara, as well as Silver City. So those aircraft should not be straying low-level over our cities. This is a low-level route VR-263 down in southern Grant County, and it goes into the Tombstone airspace and back out of the Tombstone airspace. That is used by F-16s coming out of the Tucson Air National Guard base, and they actually control that one. There were about 299 sorties that were flown annually in that airspace as of last year. And so that's another thing I have heard some comments from people in, for instance, Lordsburg about low-level flying, and they would be experiencing this. This is also a low of 100 feet above the ground. So when they come into that airspace. So they don't have to be that low, but they can be that low. So in summary, I'd just like to say that, much of southern New Mexico is already being used for military training, including the wilderness areas. I think you can see that from this presentation. The Tucson Air National Guard Base is the source of the F-16s that are flying to the west in the western part of our county and to the west in Arizona. Not Holloman Air Force Base. They are not currently flying here except possibly on the low-level route. And actually Holloman has their own low-level routes down near Holloman Air Force Base, so even though they control the R-176 over the wilderness areas, they are not often the major users of that low-level route. So Holloman is not flying in our military operations areas currently. Headquarters Air Force, the optimization project for Holloman Air Force Base could, of course, increase F-16 training in this region if they were to establish the Lobos MOA and expand Cato and Smitty. So that is something to be aware of. As soon as the draft environmental impact statement comes out, we will see more about what the Air Force intends to do. We will have 45 days to make comments on that. After that, they go back, take those comments and incorporate those into a final EIS that would then come out, and then moving forward, they would be issuing the final decision, and so that would be being done at Headquarters Air Force. Holloman Air Force Base is not running that project, they're just making their requirements known. One of the things to know about Holloman, just to insert this briefly, is that Holloman's main aims are to minimize transit time and maximize training time, which would indicate that they would possibly want to stay closer to home. And the question then is, could they achieve what they need to achieve for their training in those airspaces closer to home? We'll be seeing more about that in the draft EIS. Of course, one of the things, the last thing I'd like to leave you with is that actually any aircraft, military or civilian, may transit our area on visual flight rules, a visual flight rules flight plan. And so the aircraft that you see, for instance, civilian aircraft that are coming through, or even sometimes military aircraft that are flying across country, are just potentially also flying on a VFR flight plan, just transiting through the area. So there's all of that going on simultaneously, and then you can imagine what it might be like to add additional sorties to all of that. So I just wanted to give you a perspective today. I hope I've achieved that, of what's currently going on, where it's coming from, and what we might be looking at for the future. I really want to thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I hope I haven't been too long-winded today, and I'll answer any clarifying questions, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, that you might have.
Anyone have any questions?
You've been very thorough. Thanks for all the information. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'd like to know if Colonel Beck is enjoying her retirement here in Grand County.
Well, I'll tell you what.
She's working hard.
I am, as a matter of fact, and this was something I had not expected to be doing at this stage of my life. I'm not actually totally retired, I'm only partially retired. I'm doing a lot of volunteer work in the area, but also this is, I think this is really important. I was blessed with a very unique Air Force career. A lot of times people can tell you exactly what they did. It takes me about 10 minutes to tell you exactly what I did in the Air Force because there was so much. And so I was extremely blessed, and now I'm just paying that forward with, providing information to people and trying to clarify. One of my biggest concerns in the beginning of all of this was that there was a lot of misconception going on. A lot of people with misunderstandings about what the Air Force was doing, why they were doing it, and all that sort of thing. So again, I'm not an advocate for the Air Force. I'm not an activist on the other side. I just want to bring you honest and as complete and truthful information as I possibly can. And I'm willing to do whatever I can to support you with that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day.
Moving on to the next item on the agenda is the current bond release issue by Sheriff Gomez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd just like to bring up Lieutenant Michael Burns, who will be doing the presentation.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. This issue has become an extreme concern to law enforcement as it's developed since this constitutional amendment was passed and the New Mexico Supreme Court affixed their stamp, so to speak, to the actual process. The amendment to the New Mexico Constitution was proposed and passed by the legislature, then affirmed by the voters in 2016. It was presented to the public as a means to keep dangerous persons, to include habitual or violent offenders, and those deemed to be a danger to the community incarcerated at the county jail level, post-arrest and pre-prosecution or adjudication. The voters passed the amendment proposal by a very large margin statewide, and this was actually one of the first amendments to the New Mexico Constitution in decades. Proponents, including one of our Supreme Court justices who was very outspoken and was seemingly practicing social activism from the bench, as opposed to being an impartial arbiter of fact, argued the unfairness of the then active scheme for bonding and release. A conservative New Mexico taxpayer watchdog think tank organization in Albuquerque supported the amendment as they believed the old system was an unnecessary burden on taxpayers. Many organizations lobbied in favor as they believed in criminal justice system reform without due regard to the consequences and the victims of a rather small percentage of that population who truly are dangerous. These include habitual and or violent offenders that exercise criminality as a way of life. I'm talking about people who exercise criminality as a way of life, just as many of you come from many different professions and endeavors. These folks get up every day and they break the law. That's what they do. Without commenting on the social and political aspects of this statement, it should be noticed that this fractional percentage of the population which habitually offends do truly present a danger to our communities and will continue to do so at our expense. Another factor which is not registered on the agendas of those who feel the system should spare no expense to helping that fractional percentage is the effect on public safety and law enforcement. As habitual offenders are continually released to resume their activities, every time a police officer attempts to recatch and arrest one of these folks, the level of resistance will increase. As they are caught and released, increasing law enforcement resources will be required to apprehend them on an ever upward spiraling scale. This is when the fractional percentage of these folks will sap a significant percentage of law enforcement resources. We have already experienced the effects of this and expect the compound effect to have disastrous consequences in the long term. So regardless of the instant crime statistics, the concept is simple. By practicing this catch and release system without any regards to the needs of the many, the community collectively, and victims of that small percentage that I referred to, the original goals of the amendment and the well-meaning but narrow-focused special interest groups will benefit this small percentage at the expense of the rights, the needs, and the well-being of the many, our communities as a whole, and the victims of unlawful behavior. I also wanted to read you the definition of a judge because there's quite a bit of talk these days about judges who are apparently legislating from the bench or practicing some form of social activism. This is from a definition listed by U.S. Legal. A judge is a government official with the authority to decide lawsuits brought before the court. The judge in a case decides questions of law as well as questions of fact in a non-jury trial. In a trial, the judge performs various functions such as deciding what evidence is admissible and instructing the jury on how to apply the law based upon the facts presented. Judges are subject to certain ethical standards and have a duty to be impartial. I also had some excerpts here from a summary and arguments for and against the constitutional amendment proposed by the legislature in 2016. This was prepared by the New Mexico Legislative Council Service in Santa Fe. A lot of the controversy surrounding the former bond and release schema was overturned or set on its side in 2014 in a New Mexico Supreme Court case, State v. Brown, if any of you care to look it up and read the brief. And it stemmed from a district court being held in abeyance in abusing its discretion by setting a high bond with a criminal defendant, and they did it solely based on the severity of the charge. One of the common misnomers about bonding is that we want to look at the danger to the public or the severity of the charge. In the former scheme, that was untrue. The bond system was primarily geared towards ensuring a defendant appearing in court and cooperating with the process of prosecution. In the arguments for, and this is mainly what the public was sold on when this constitutional amendment was posed to all of us collectively, was allowing judges to keep dangerous defendants off the street. And under that subheading, this committee, and this was a report that was given to the state legislature prior to their voting on the constitutional amendment. Under the current constitutional structure, judges do not have the authority to deny release to a defendant who is known to be a danger to the community or a flight risk. As a result, dangerous defendants who can afford whatever bail is set by the judge are released and might further threaten the public's safety. The proposed amendment would give judges the power to keep those who need to remain behind bars while they are awaiting trial away from the community. At this point, because this was passed, because this is now law and practice, a rule of court, it's not happening as it was intended. Under arguments against, the first point listed was the present reliance on bail bonding helps ensure defendants appear in court. A bond helps ensure the defendant will appear in court. A defendant released without bond in a drug or property crime case has no financial incentive to appear in court. Therefore, we have failures to appear or flight. And the third item, in plain language, that constitutional amendment puts the public at greater risk. The proposed amendment, which will require judges to release certain defendants, will almost certainly increase the risk to the public. Defendants who post bonds under the current system frequently commit other crimes while awaiting trial, making it easier for defendants to be released while awaiting trial will inevitably result in further danger to the public. So, again, those are excerpts from a report that was provided to the legislature. And finally, I'd like to just outline a few excerpts from Rule of Court 5-409 titled Pretrial Detention. 409 hearings are now what we and the District Attorney's Office have to motion the court to hold in order to keep a pre-adjudication defendant incarcerated. And what the formal title is an expedited motion for pretrial detention. So these things have to happen very quickly after an arrest is made, if not at the same time. So law enforcement and the District Attorney's Office have a very, very narrow window of time because many of these defendants are being released within an hour or less of being booked into the jail, in which case a detainer is filed with the jail and the individual is kept incarcerated, and usually for a fairly short period of time till we can get back into court to pitch our wares to a judge. The prosecutor's burden under this new system is seemingly simple, but it gets a bit muddy when we actually get into court with a number of these cases. The prosecutor must prove by clear and convincing evidence that no release conditions will reasonably protect the safety of any other person or the community. And one other notable thing in this rule is that the New Mexico rules of evidence shall not apply to the presentation and consideration of information at the hearing. This was designed to allow us to prevent facts and circumstances that would normally be excluded at trial from being not excluded at a pretrial detention hearing. So that in and of itself makes it easier. So that having been said, to cut to the chase, with this current system, what we've found is, first and foremost, we have no effective pretrial supervision services available to us. There are some services available. The drug court does provide some services, but our experience is it's somewhat disorganized and it's playing second fiddle to their primary mission. And this is becoming a problem statewide. There are a number of counties that have absolutely no pretrial services, so that if somebody is deemed a reasonable risk to release, electronic monitoring available but not properly operated or not available. Home visits, drug testing, or other means of traditional supervision as would normally be done by probation or parole are not being carried out on these defendants by and large. The next point is a lack of training for judges. Judges are getting used to this new program, and there seems to be quite a bit of confusion, and what it's leading to is inconsistent rulings from the bench when these 409 hearings are presented. And I'll refer to the one tangible example that comes to mind with one of these cases. Sheriff's Department has been dealing with a defendant by the name of Stephen Escobar, resident of the county, who recently involved us in an approximate 6-hour armed or believed armed barricaded situation in Hurley. This man had been arrested and charged with serious felonies multiple times and released either immediately or shortly thereafter being booked by a judge. And the level of resistance with this particular subject, every time we are contacting him in new levels of criminality, has gotten worse. And it culminated with this standoff, and it's also led to us increasingly relying on the federal government when there's a segue into federal law, because the federal government plays by different rules and seems to be able to detain dangerous people or habitual offenders a lot more effectively than the state does. And with that, I'd like to answer any questions I possibly could in regards to this matter.
Thank you. Any questions?
Well, you've given us a good explanation but so what's the solution?
The solution is members of this board, officials, and citizens of this county expressing their displeasure with our legislature and our governor. It saddened me to hear comments from the governor recently about the failure on the part of district attorneys to work with activist groups to come up with yet another criminal justice reform bill. It seems to me, and I am not from this area, I spent a number of years working in criminal justice on the West Coast, that the state's criminal justice system is inching toward near cardiac arrest, and it's in favor of the rights of defendants. And I'm not advocating removal of those rights. I am advocating a think about what you're doing before you actually jump into that very cold pond. I have spent 24 years working with people who are victims of criminality. I've also spent a lot of time around people who are career offenders. And the effects on communities, people, families are devastating when we have habitual and or violent offenders that are turned back out onto the streets with little or no supervision. And my colleagues, as well as those in other law enforcement agencies, increasingly risk their lives and safety trying to catch them again, only to see them turn right back out onto the street.
Mr. Chair, I know very little about law enforcement, but from your description, from what I can imagine, just practically the system is training criminals to just catch and release things like something you would do at a rodeo to train in, for lack of a better word, an animal to become harder and harder to catch and more dangerous for law enforcement to go after. So I support anything you think that we can do to.
I appreciate that very much, and again, all of you hearing us on this. I am genuinely concerned. In fact, I'm in fear for the safety of my colleagues because the level of resistance will increase. We are now encountering people who are laughing at us when we put the cuffs on them and arresting them because they know they are going to be released. Many of these folks are being released on unsecured bonds instantly, and have no incentive to curtail their activities. And again, this is my observation from my time in law enforcement. There are those who will respond to the carrot, and there are those who won't. They will respond only to the stick. And again, this is a fractional percentage of the population. I would consider that probably 1.5% of the population exercise criminality as a way of life. But that 1.5% might occupy 80% or more of our time and resources. And this particular system, as the New Mexico Supreme Court set it up, rather than how it was originally sold to the public as a constitutional amendment, is a disaster in the making. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have a couple of clarifying questions. So this wasn't the original intent of this, as I recall, was to have nonviolent offenders who didn't have the ability to pay bond to get out?
Yes.
Was that the original intent?
Yes, ma'am. It was somewhat of a dual intent, not only to provide those nonviolent offenders who were deemed to be a low risk factor for release, or if there were reasonable terms and conditions of release pending prosecution and trial, to go back into the general public.
And that's what you call earlier, that's what you called pretrial services?
Yes, and the other side of that was to make it easier for judges and courts to detain those who were deemed a danger to the community and potentially classified as habitual and or violent offenders. So there were two components to it. And what I'm addressing is the fact that although there are a lot of good things in this, and it can help to reduce jail populations and place nonviolent, low-risk offenders with their families going to work and being productive, that 1.5% that I referred to as habitual and or violent offenders who practice criminality as a way of life are getting caught up in this same scheme.
I get that.
And released in that stream.
I get that. So why is that happening? Is it because, so is the law not written clearly enough? Are judges just applying it wholesale? Why is that 1.5% included in the overall population by the people who are releasing them? So it has to be a judge that releases them, correct?
Yes, ma'am, and that's an excellent question. I think the best way I can describe it is, again, refer to the fact that judges have not been properly trained with this, because even though judges are very learned members of the bar, if there's something new coming their way, they need training and they need some guidance with it. And unfortunately, the New Mexico Supreme Court seems to have set the bar more in terms of social activism and nonviolent, or what's been catchphrased by the media as nonviolent drug offenders. The 1.5%ers are starting to get caught up in this stream, and the other half of this is that we're getting inconsistent rulings from judges. And remember, we have to include district attorneys' offices in this because they are now in that learning curve and stream to present what we call these 409 hearings and present compelling information or evidence that an individual defendant either poses a risk to the community, to himself, is a habitual and or violent offender, and or a lack of appropriate pretrial release services to properly program and supervise an individual who's not held in custody.
The 409 hearing, is that what I would commonly call bail bond hearings? Is it something new specific?
No, this is something new, and I'd be happy to go ahead and provide that rule. It's fairly simple. I can go ahead and email it to the manager's staff, and then they can disseminate it to all of you. This is actually a new type of hearing where a prosecutor has a burden to present that small amount of information that could have huge impact on a case that I had mentioned. And if I'll refresh your memory, prosecutor's burden, the prosecutor must prove by clear and convincing evidence that no release conditions will reasonably protect the safety of any other person or the community. That was the heart of that one side of this entire amendment that the public believed was going to be emphasized, rather than your reference to, I'm trying to think of your words, where that small percentage of the offenders are being wholesale released with the vast number of offenders who it would be deemed safe to release. I hope that possibly addresses it.
It didn't, but that's okay. We'll move on. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. So, moving on to...
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, Sheriff Gomez wanted to say anything, if that covered it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think that Lieutenant Burns took care of pretty much of it, but so in regards to the stats that were given, and I'll present the stats on Thursday again, where we do have the repeat offenders in situations like this that they've been released, and the same subject that was Lieutenant Burns spoke about. I mean, in this standoff and stuff, that's why we actually went through the federal government, where they had a detainer where the subject wasn't released, and the state charges were actually just served to the subject. So hopefully here, I mean, it's just creating a more dangerous situation for our deputies when they're going on the streets. I get it that, well, we took an oath and we wear these vests and we carry guns and this and that, but at all times I want my deputies to be at the most safest, and as anybody else or any person that we're there to protect, or and even the suspect for that matter. It's just the way the laws are getting, and the crimes unfortunately are getting a little more worse. Our drugs are getting worse, and with this catch and release program, it's just causing more a worse situation on our end. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda, discussion regarding Grant County employees application process. Commissioner Silence.
Again, I wanted to just bring some things before you so that you could think about it, and then we could ensure a good discussion. And this is for the future, and this might involve some policy changes. First of all, I would like an update on all job descriptions within the county, so that the descriptions are relevant to the job that's being performed now. Okay, so what they should be, what requirements for the job are. Okay, I think that all job postings and promotions would be better served to go in-house first, because many of our employees have served in their positions and, so to speak, paid their dues to at least be considered for advancements. Okay, anytime that there is a new job or a promotion, I feel that it should be done by a committee, and that committee goes through all the the data that's introduced. You know, they have the job posting, they have qualifications of the people, and that there's a standardized process for it to go so that, you know, the employee would fill out, or the applicant would fill out a standardized form, you know, with their qualifications and all that, so that it would all be there and it would be evident. And there can be a rating system, the way that you're going to choose the new employee or promote an existing employee. And after that, I think that we should keep the outcome data. So if there's a question on why we promoted employee X or why we hired employee Y, then we can go back to the outcome data and clearly see why that choice was made. Okay? So before anything goes out for the general public, you know, to be able to do it in-house. If there's not a qualified candidate in-house, then you go to outside postings. And this is something that has been followed in many aspects of government and public interest. So it's not a new thing. I think that would help with morale. Certainly, you know, I would love the chance to move up in the job that I'm doing if I see that there's that window of opportunity versus, man, this is it. I'm never going to go anywhere else. So I just open it up for discussions and see what you guys think of. I did talk to Abby, and she said that this would probably mean having to make a policy change in our employee handbook. Correct? Right?
Yes, just the portion where you wanted to post in-house before going outside. Currently, I believe we have to do that for all union positions, but when it comes to, for instance, maybe a department head position, a non-union position, we can go outside. And usually I think what we do is we go outside at the same time as inside. So the in-house people still have an opportunity to apply. It's just all done at one time with the outside applicants, rather than first doing in-house and then going outside. So,
I think
sorry, it was a little complicated. So I believe our general practice is, or maybe not always, but right now what we can do with the non-union positions is we can advertise outside the county as well as inside the county at the same time.
Okay.
Whereas if you're a union position, we do in-house first, then we go outside if we don't find an internal candidate.
So the current practice might not be reflective of current policy, because I know they've gone in-house with some non-union positions, I think. Could you explain what your current practice is versus the policy?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, so we have more often than not, we do advertise. So for it, I will use the vacant position of the administrative assistant in our office. We did advertise that in-house first. We had 2 candidates who were in-house. We will interview them tomorrow. If we do not feel that either one of them are qualified, then we will go out. As I've described, historically since I've been here, we have advertised those simultaneously, in-house and out at the same time for non-union positions. Of course, the union contract, as she described, requires us to do that. What I have asked Renee to do, and I'm just doing some last-minute proofreading on that, and I will have that sent out to you this week. She has outlined every single one of our processes of what we do, which is very similar to what Commissioner Salas has just described. So I will have that sent out to you that describes in a fair amount of detail what we're already doing, and then that can maybe further your discussion whether or not you're satisfied with our current practices or desire for there to be a change. So she's described, in-house positions, out of new positions, promotional positions. There's 3 different options that she's given you. So once I am done proofing that, I will send that out to you, and hopefully that will get you a better understanding of what we're currently doing, and you can decide what you want to change.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this right, other than union position, because that's through contract, that's been negotiated, So my understanding is we could change, or the Board of Commissioners could change policy stating on non-union positions, will then advertise in-house, for example, 7 days, and without going external first. Because right now it would be internal and external simultaneously, right? You host it both in and out. So we could do that. Just post it, change policy, post it in-house, and then if somebody doesn't meet the minimum requirements, then it can be posted outside.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and what I wanted to make clear, I'm not sure if I did before, is right now we can do that. We have the discretion to do that. We're just not mandated to do that for non-union positions. Does that make sense? Whereas a union position, we have to post inside. And in the non-union, we could do it either way.
Well, and I would also like to add that, I would like to see, I don't know if we have a clear description of all job descriptions.
Didn't we do that when we did I've been sitting here trying to think of what that was called. What did we do? The salary study or whatever that was?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes. When we adopted the position and compensation plan, part of the process that we went through with that is we took each job description, went through each job description, and identified, we just reviewed every job description to make sure that when we went out and we were doing the market analysis that we were comparing like positions with like positions. So we have reviewed all job descriptions when we went through that process. There have been a few others that I've been working with Renee that we continue. It's an ongoing process. We continue to review those. But to answer your question, yes, we did do that in that process, and that was in 2000.
I was going to say, when did we approve that?
You approved it in early 2018. It was about a year-long process.
And we contracted outside to do that, right?
Yes, we did.
Well, see, I also want to make sure that whatever the job description is, that's what we adhere to for the opening. I don't want ever to have the appearance that we tailored requirements for a certain candidate. That way, it's open. It's in plain view. There's less opportunity of having any questions about it. It's very transparent.
So, I'm sorry. Will you repeat that, please?
If we use whatever the job description is, and that's what's currently there, we use that and make sure that we adhere to that, because
you're wanting to make sure that the position announcement is in alignment with the job description?
Yes. So it never appears that we have tailored a job description to a particular candidate. Okay? So if you need to have, you've got the job, but then but we want you to have blue hair because there's a candidate that I like that has blue hair, I don't think, that way it's very transparent. When the job is posted, these are the requirements. This is what you need. So if you have those requirements, then, and you apply, that you're in the ballpark. And then, that way it's very transparent and there's no questions asked, or if they are, they're readily and easily explained. If we come back to a complaint or something about our hiring practices, we can pull out the packet and show this is who we got, this is what we did, and this is why.
That's understandable.
Yeah. I mean, and to me, yes.
I don't know if it's an appropriate time to add my 2 bits.
Just go ahead.
Okay. And I have, of course, no complaint whatsoever about Mr. Commissioner Salas' last point. On the former point of advertising in-house exclusively, requiring that of administration rather than just allowing it as we currently do. My initial reaction is that could be unwise. And this...
It could be what?
Unwise.
Okay.
That there is often an advantage to employing someone, to promoting someone who's been in the system already for a long time and knows all the details locally and is qualified. But that there can be an advantage at times to bringing in someone with new ideas or familiarities with different ways of doing things, and that I don't see why we would blindfold ourselves to the second possibility and focus only on the first in the case of non-union positions, and particularly in the case of department heads. I think in that case it's really clear to me we would want to know the full range of possibilities before we decided between, say, someone who's been in the department for a long time and someone who is applying from outside. We could certainly still assign an advantage to someone who was here locally, but I don't know why we would want to know what we were missing. My initial reaction is we should not restrict that.
You know, and I'm sort of, I guess I can say I'm halfway on page with you, but some of that to me is internal candidates, is supervisor wears many hats, department head wears many hats. In my opinion, of a supervisor or a department head, part of their responsibility is to develop their internal people. Make sure that they succeed and make sure that they move up. So, you know, you have somebody that's within the county that has been truly developed and has the skills to do that. I think that those opportunities should be given to them. And it could be morale, it could be giving them added responsibility. Because, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I partly agree with that. I look at the other side, the developmental piece. Supervisors aren't just, hey, go do this, go do that. Supervisors should be, hey, come here, I want to show you something, I want to develop you, I want to help you progress in your career. And I think that's the biggest part about being a supervisor or department head is the development. I mean, to me, that's why I'm that's why I agree with, hey, let's take a look at our internal people. Now, if we're failing and we're not developing them properly, well, that's another issue, and that's something that's from the county manager. But that's my 2 cents.
So there's a couple of things, I think. You know, I agree with the idea that our responsibility is to develop our internal, you know, our current employees or the people who are employed by the county. We have a responsibility to ensure that professional development and training is available. I also think that we have a responsibility in terms of, and I'm speaking specifically with department heads and I guess it's just department heads, that we have a responsibility to hire the most qualified person possible. And so if our internal candidate isn't the most qualified person possible, then, you know, maybe we haven't professionally developed that person. But I also agree with Harry on the idea that, you know, how are we going to know what's available? That we need to, I think we have a responsibility as a taxpayer also to hire the most qualified person possible. So we're kind of, one of the things I see that we're in a bit of a pickle on here is that if we have a current employee who has been on the job for 20 years and has not been professionally developed to the point of where they are qualified for a promotion that's available today, for example. So we haven't done our due diligence by that employee, but we can't fix that. in time to hire them for that position. So I'm having a bit of a dilemma over this. And one of the things that comes to my mind, although as someone who is not involved in the personnel side of the county business, one of the examples that comes to my mind is the airport manager position, which we did not hire internally for that. And yet, the current airport manager has done an amazing job out at the airport. And for the first time in many years, the county is not subsidizing the airport because there are lots of things happening at the airport that are bringing revenue to support it. And so, I think my question there is, how do we know what's possible if we don't look outside?
Maybe I can give it a more real-life scenario.
That's what I'm asking.
So, and I don't know anybody in maintenance. I don't even know we have a maintenance manager. Let's say there's a maintenance manager, and we have a job description for this maintenance manager. And the job description is to, take in all work orders, make sure everything's done, and be doing inspections. It does not say he needs a degree or an AA degree or anything. So we advertise a job. Here comes somebody in that has some experience, but, he's got a degree in business. And in this business degree, he's also got a minor in some, that indicates computer skills. Now, that's not part of a job description. But if you take it, this guy might be better suited for that job, so that we're going to hire him instead of the guy in-house that has the skills to do the job because as it was posted. So, we will ignore him and look for the more blue ribbon guy. That's what I want to avoid. If there's nobody with the skills needed, say that the maintenance manager requires a college degree or some type of education, and we don't have anybody in-house that has that. You post it and you go outside. And I know we have a really good airport manager, but I don't know if there was anybody qualified in-house that could have done a job. Maybe the airport manager at the time wasn't doing the job, or there was some shortcomings, but I don't know if we have anybody in-house that, had the knowledge to go ahead and do that.
Well, I'm assuming we posted it in-house, but that's an assumption. So.
And I think airport managers are a little different there, but, getting back to the other part also, it's, taxpayers expect us to, I agree with you, to hire the best possible candidate that there is available to work in Grant County. I don't have a problem with that, but I think on the other side of that, is taxpayers also expect our supervisors to give them the best services by developing their employees.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You see how it's, you got both our...
That's why I was trying to go with the 20-year thing, is that we failed people in the past. Right. How do we go forward with that?
And I don't want to speak for Commissioner Salas, but I think that's where Commissioner Salas is headed. Mm-hmm. With that is, and there's pros and cons to everything. I mean, Commissioner Brown brought up good points. You brought up good points, so it's just probably something that we'd probably have to sit back, think about it, and look at that.
Well, I think it would be really helpful to have the information that the county manager has requested of the HR manager.
Right, and then when you guys did your study in 2018, there's there's two brand new commissioners here that are not aware of that, so that's probably something we may look at too, and go from there.
Thanks for bringing that.
No, I think it's, in many of the jobs that I've had, if you have the aspirations of moving up, you work harder, you work smarter, you try to do the right thing, because there's hopes that someday you're going to be improving yourself and maybe get a little bit higher wage or anything, improve your life by doing that.
And the other side of that is that our responsibility is to make sure that the professional development and training is available.
Thank you, that's for Mr.
Thanks, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is a little bit, not really off topic, but sort of. But just as a clarification point, Commissioner Edwards, if you remember when the first discussion, you were a brand new commissioner, when you came in, when there was a discussion about the evaluations and the whole structure of this, whatever it's called, employee salary compensation. At that time, we expressed concerns that there was a rush to finalize because you and Commissioner Brown were new and you were approving something that some of us felt we were not offered the opportunity to fully have our input not only heard, but actually listened to, and we were just dismissed on the situation, and later told, well, you had plenty of time to review this. We have submitted stuff to request changes, and when you and Commissioner Brown went along with the other commissioners to approve the system, it was stated then that it would be reviewed within a year. It's been past a year. We have requested, we requested the initial job descriptions in my department to be completely changed because we told them this does not reflect what happens in my department. The person that was putting this together said, well, okay, we'll take that into consideration. He never came back to me. He never said, what were your concerns? What are you doing? And like I say, that's when I complained and said, wait, this isn't happening. And then I was told that I had plenty of time to do that. Since that's happened, like I said, it has not been reviewed. I have requested changes that have been, I have no response. The changing of my 2 employees are listed as county services clerks. My God, that's the worst miscarriage of descriptions and classifications. I question, why they were not listed as senior. Well, that's all the union stuff. I've talked to the union. They said, we have no questions, we have no problems, and we're still at the still, if you want to say stalemate. We have been requesting employees another position, and yes, I understand that person, and we have gotten a temporary, or a seasonal, I guess it's called, full-time seasonal employee. And to Mr. Salas's thing, yes, that was an entry-level position, so yes, that was the appropriate, I believe, the appropriate job description was advertised. However, I did have some discussions about, instead of saying, because it is a seasonal position, that it should not be listed, to just say will not extend for more than 9 months, something like that. My request was for specific time periods, because we have the need for specific time periods. So it's just a complex matter there that's, and I don't know if I'm sitting here like saying, well, maybe for this next budget I should request a full-time position again for the 9th or 10th time, which I know will be denied because I have been rejected
That's
Seven
different
hearing.
than the conversation about the position description, though.
Yes, but
So let's
that's,
go
but
back
it's just
to that.
referring back to the situation of what our requests have been and what we have received, and the reasons that we don't understand why our requests for changes and stuff. And as you know, I mean, there's two new commissioners on board. So it's been more than 2 years since this has happened, and it's not been reviewed in the year that it was supposed to have been reviewed. And our requests for changes have, as far as I know, gone on deaf ears.
So thanks for that reminder. That was a history lesson. I've probably forgotten that whole first year by now. But, so maybe the thing to do is to have a conversation, is to actually do the review that we talked about when we originally passed the salary and compensation document. If we talked about the fact that we needed to do a review in a year, then it's time to do that, because I can see that any document like that is not perfect, and once you have worked for a while under it, then you would actually know what the challenges are on it. And so I don't actually have a problem with doing that.
And I think that'd be a good idea to revisit that, and, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, whenever we went through that process, which I said a year, it was closer to a year and a half, our contractor worked with each department head, each elected official extensively, in my opinion, on each one of their positions. And what we did is we compared like positions. So a position in a treasurer's office with other similar positions in other counties. That's how we determined what the fair market for these particular positions were, because we compared county position to county position. Mr. Treasurer, we have updated your positions. You now have senior county service specialists. We did make that adjustment. We did change the pay grade to the two ladies in your office. We did do that. And we also submitted, if there was any question about what the job description was, whether that should change, if we had some unique positions, those department heads were provided with what was called a position qualification document. He referred to it as a PQD or something, and it was a document that the department head could say, these are the job duties, no, this doesn't apply to me. That was also provided to the department heads who didn't agree or had some difference of opinion from where our contractor was, and I do believe those were provided to you as well. So we could do that again, and so we don't do a market analysis every year. Our goal was to do it every 2 years, and we are beginning that process. Renee and I are working that into our schedule to do that this summer. After we've got through the budget process, we will look at that to see how much that has changed. We will probably reach out and use the same contractor who compiled this document for us, and he's done several throughout the state. So I will get that document to the two new commissioners. I apologize for that oversight, that you don't have that. I've told you time and time again, my door is always open. We've had this conversation before. I will continue to have that conversation. We'll do the best we can. And it's a living, breathing document, and it's subject to change.
So these PDQs or PQDs or whatever the heck they are, is that something that department heads and elected officials could have now to review any, potential changes, so that in anticipation of what you and Renee are going to be doing this summer, they could be ready, we could have a deadline, that those had to be ready. So, for example, if the treasurer had a position in his office, or any of maintenance, any of these other entities had positions that they didn't feel like matched the study, they could fill out one of those things, and we could say these have to be in by a certain deadline in order to be ready to do what you're going to do. Sure.
See, and Mr. Treasurer, that's exactly the kind of example that I would say, because there could be somebody, and I'll use maintenance again, a maintenance guy that qualifies and would want to move to your office. That way you have that job description, and that job description is pertinent to what is actually being done. And if he has the skills, then he should qualify for the job. If there's nobody that has the skills, then you go outside. But the job description is actually what is being done. And maybe that's the update we need, and when we do the review.
So one of the things I think is interesting about this conversation, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Treasurer, and the comments from the county manager. And I think, the crux here is that an accurate job description, regardless of what the position is, an accurate job description, and an equally accurate or in aligned position announcement is critically important to good hiring practices. But what that means is the people who are responsible for those job descriptions has to do their part to ensure that the job descriptions are accurate. And so everybody has to participate in this process. If you don't participate in the process of creating a job description that truly reflects what you need in your department or your office or whatever it is, then you can't then say this doesn't work because you didn't do the part that you needed to do. So I'm just putting it out there to everybody that I think this is an extremely valuable conversation, and I think it's worth repeating more than once that the job descriptions that you submit, the work that you do on the job descriptions is critically important to ensuring the success of this process.
So, I guess we got off a little bit on top, but yeah, I'd like to see that revisited. I guess the study, but I think it should, my suggestion, I guess, would be more of an internal type thing, not with the contractor. I think you already have a baseline from a contractor that did the study last time. I think it'd probably be internal, maybe with department heads, elected officials, and go that route. Probably, even a good time. My only question was, because, we're looking at, budget coming up soon, and we start doing this down the road. If we see some deficiencies or anything, how hard is it going to be to adjust the budget? Is it going to be more trouble for you, or is it going to be real easy?
I think some of those questions will be clear to you once you see the document. We have salary ranges for every position with a pretty large gap, and there are very few that are at the top to where it would affect the budget. It'll make a little more sense that it's not anything that's going to have a large impact on the budget.
But I'm talking about making the budget adjustments for you. Would it be easier to do it prior to the budget, or making your budget adjustments down the road?
I don't think there's any way internally we can get this done before we're finished with the budget.
And that's
impossible.
That's fair. Anything else on this?
Thanks for the discussion.
No, thanks for the discussion.
Thank you. And next item on the agenda, discussion regarding the town park. Mr. Price, I apologize, but you're up.
Good afternoon. How is everyone?
Doing good.
Good.
Did you bring pizza?
Did not. That looks familiar? The park. I was hoping to stand up in this chair. So, I understand you guys wanted me to come and speak to you a little bit about the accessibility of your park. So that's what I'm here for. My name is Rob Price. I'm the principal architect at ASA Architects. I manage all of the work there in our office. and we've done a number of projects for the county. A few weeks ago, Misha, who, by the way, let me know he's going to have to be stepping out, and probably missed today. He asked me to come and review the park with him, talk about the accessibility. Our primary focus initially was this pavilion building. And for what it's worth, I did a walkthrough of about 30 minutes of the pavilion and the surrounding park. I made an email of notes that I'd taken that day about the accessibility, which I sent to him, after which he asked me to come and share those with you guys. So, again, the pavilion building is there. That's the first thing. I've got 3 or 4 topics I'm going to cover. That'll be the first one. So this is the highway out here. That's your parking area. It has plenty of accessible parking. Accessible aisles, accessible spaces, accessible postings of signage. Parking doesn't appear to be an issue. For the pavilion building, the first challenge is getting to the building. There's a locked gate here. I understand you rent this building to the public. So if someone shows up and they have accessibility needs, they can't park in the parking lot and get there. This path is not what's called an accessible route. Now, what causes a route to not be accessible? Well, to be accessible, it either has to be of a slope of 1 in 20, which is a pretty shallow slope, which wouldn't require any handrails, or it has to be of a slope of 1 in 12 or less, and have some handrails on each side. This pathway has no handrails, and it's steeper both than 1 in 20 and 1 in 12. So a wheelchair can't get to the building. That problem can be somewhat solved by allowing vehicular access to the building, which I understand the people who rent the building are giving keys to that gate so that a vehicle can approach the building, drop off supplies or whatever. This same approach could be used for persons with accessible needs. Once they get there, though, there's no accessible parking around the building. None whatsoever. It's basically a gravel parking lot. So you would need, on one end or the other, a couple of accessible parking spaces with an accessible aisle. Basically what that is a concrete pad with accessible striping. Both entries into the building have a stoop. It's about 4 to 6 inches high. Way above the requirement for allowing a wheelchair to enter a building, which is a ½ inch. So you need a ramp. Now, both entrances don't have to be accessible, nor would you have to put parking on both ends. We could pick an end. They both appear to be appropriate in terms of ground area, putting a ramp at the door, etc. This end of the building does have some electrical meter and panel adjacent to entry, so it's a little more encumbered than this entry. This one's on the back side of the building now, and that one would likely be the best place. So once you have accessible parking,
Excuse me for just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a commissioner on the phone, and he's asked me to take a picture of that and send it to him, so he can follow the conversation.
Sure. It's a Google image of the park. Should. We want to give him a second to get that.
Just got it.
So while you're waiting,
Sure.
Oh, we're not waiting anymore. You just said, I'm unclear as to which end you said you'd pursue, because there was some pros and cons of both.
This end has some electrical adjacent to the door. While that's not awesome, this end on the back side of the building has some other things that are, I don't know, there's a picnic bench and a couple of other things back there. So ultimately, considering all the factors, that would probably be the best unit. But given the level of how each side is encumbered, both sides are potential options to do a ramp to the door and put an accessible parking space, I would say.
Okay.
Now, once you get inside the building, once we've accomplished those things, you can get inside the building. The kitchen counter is 3 foot 1.5 inches in height. A typical accessible counter needs to be about 210. It's an L-shaped counter. There's a sink area, a serving area. Some portion of that serving area needs to be lowered to allow access from the serving side. The entire kitchen counter for the cooking side wouldn't have to be lowered, but at least the sink portion should be. Quite frankly, once you consider all of that, the optimum thing to do would be to take it all out and put in a correct height counter and sink. That would be the best thing to do. You'd spend more money trying to cut this thing up and get it right as you would to just replace it. The women's restroom appeared to be accessible. Now, for what it's worth, I didn't have a survey. We're not doing this with tools and measuring devices. I did an eyeball 30-minute walk around. But I've been doing this 35 years, so my eyeballs tell me usually within some degree of accuracy what I'm seeing. It appeared to be accessible. I did mention to Misha that we should consider reversing the swing of the door to allow access into the restroom to be a little easier. The men's restroom appeared to comply with the accessibility requirements with the exception of the sink. In my estimation, the partition around the urinal could probably be moved and likely add enough floor space to the sink area, and you could add a urinal string adjacent to it to offset the loss of privacy. Those are the main accessible issues that I found with just the pavilion building. If you're going to rent it to the public, it should be accessible. It's not. I don't know how old the building is. There may be some grandfathering opportunities, but at this point, the Americans with Disability Act has been around since the 80s. We're 40 years in on having that act available for use. Accessibility is not just a design issue, it's not just a construction issue, it's a civil rights issue. So I would suggest you have to be accessible if you're going to rent it to the public. Any questions about the pavilion building?
Yeah. What slope is that sidewalk right now?
This wall, I don't know, but it's more than 1 in 12.
Yes,
I measured it. I did have a measuring tape, and I took some length and height measurements, references to there's a rock wall adjacent to it, and it's more than like 1 in 14, 1 in 15. It's substantially more than 1 in 12.
Could it be brought down?
Everything I'm going to discuss with you today can be fixed. It takes money.
And my second question, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Keep going.
I'm sorry. My second question is this going to have to be inspected and certified by any government agency?
So there is, you guys are probably aware, there's a governor's advocate for the accessibility. They're not required to come and review for accessibility. If you would like them to come and do an official inspection of all of these things I've observed before and after, you're welcome to do that. I'd be careful about getting them involved too soon.
I just was wondering about if there was a requirement to do that.
It is not. The building, so all of your public projects are permitted through CID. Most of them go through our Las Cruces office, actually. And typical building inspections are all that's required.
So this is enough work that a building inspection would be done?
Yes, for this work, since it's a public building, it's what's called an assembly occupancy. You've got people gathering for events. It would require an architect, it would require plans, it would require construction, and it would require inspections.
So the sidewalk could just be taken out and a new one at the appropriate level put in, right?
Yes. The challenge becomes this. Here's what happens with all of these types of things I'm going to talk about today. Accessible routes are simply sidewalks. So here's what happens. If you've got a sidewalk that's too steep and you want to lessen the steepness of it, you've got to cut in farther than where it is now. So you have it's a rise and run, trigonometry function. It's a triangle is what it is. You've got to cut in farther than you are now so you can lessen the slope. Most of the pathways out there, there's not enough room to work to get them to be 1 in 20 type level slopes from what I recall. Most of the reworking would end up with ramps with handrails on each side. And then there are other things that come into play. If it's longer than 30 feet, you have to go a little ways, have a level landing, then go some more. That just has to do with, imagine if you're rolling in a wheelchair, after about 30 feet, you're worn out. You need to rest for a minute.
And would you call that a sidewalk or a driveway? I mean, it's suitable for a driveway, right?
In my mind, it's a sidewalk, but it's wide enough to drive a car up.
Yeah, because we
It's a wide
fit 20 vehicles in and out of there a few Saturdays ago.
It's a wide sidewalk, though.
Okay.
So
is it suitable for a driveway? Could we make that the driveway into the park and then we wouldn't have to worry about it because accessibility would be with a vehicle?
So, I'm going to get to that more in a minute, but yes, your question twofold would be, can that be drive access for the pavilion building and you forget about having to make it a walk-in accessible sidewalk? Yes, you can do that, in my opinion. But once you get to the pavilion building, you've got to have some parking around it, ramps to get in the building, and all the other things I mentioned. That's sort of a leap. Did you have some other questions?
No, I think you just answered it, actually.
Okay. The other question you asked is a lead into the next thing I'm going to talk about, which is the park itself. The park itself has 3 ball fields. It's got a concession stand. There's a bit of a memorial there. There's some swing sets over here, etc. There's a number of functions going on. The reality is you should have an accessible route to all of those functions. You don't have to have multiple accessible routes to all of them, but they all should be accessible with at least one route. Now, you asked a second ago, could this be a drive access into the park? Yes. As I understand, though, currently your park is viewed and operated as what's called a walk-in park. There's no way for a person in a wheelchair to walk into the park, and that would be rolling, obviously. None of the paths. There's another entryway down here. Part of the problem is they each have a locked gate in front of them. So whether the path were an accessible route or not, the gates are locked.
Those can be open, right?
Absolutely, I would guess. They could be open and left open forever. My understanding is that then becomes an operational challenge. You've got vehicles which are accessing it at certain times of night that you might not want them there, doing things you might not want them to be doing. So, obviously, as an operational point, you can have someone go and open them during the day and go and lock them at night. And it's simply somebody's got to be attentive to that with a key. If it is, though, a walk-in park, immediately as you open those gates, you still can't access it with a wheelchair. All of your paths are too steep. This one is too steep. And this one here is too steep. Actually, for some feet here, it looks like it's probably within the range of slope for an accessible path. Once you get to about right in here, though, it starts being a little too steep. So if it were a walk-in park, you've immediately got some challenges. If you're constantly operating it as a drive-in park, some of those challenges are mitigated because you can enter the park in a vehicle. The area around this memorial, all of those pathways appear to be within a range of accessibility. So I think those pathways, they need to be, as we move along here, as I said, I did a 30-minute walk around the park to point out things that I thought were issues. To move further, take this to the next step, there needs to be surveys done, and there needs to be some methodical measuring of these paths, etc. It needs to be studied in terms of potential solutions and potential costs. But those areas appear to be within the range of accessibility. As you progress further into the park, the concession stand, which is primarily accessed along this path, is not accessible. The path doesn't appear to be accessible. It doesn't have handrails on either side. It appears to be obviously steeper than 1 in 12 along some portion of it. Additionally, the serving side counter at the concession stand, at least a 3-foot wide section of it ought to be no more than 2 foot and 10 inches high. And all of it is about 3 foot in height. As well, the working side of the counter, the sink portion of it, same kind of deal with the pavilion building, ought to be 210 high. Once again, all that should probably just be reworked so that all of it can be a height of 2 foot and 10 inches. Around the concession, or connected to it, are some restrooms. The women's restroom appeared to be accessible. The men's restroom appeared to be accessible with the exception of the mirror over the sink. It appeared to be way too low. It could be raised, and that's kind of not a big deal. As you progress on into the park, these 3 ball fields are your major challenge. Now, I've got some questions about the ball fields that'll help me give you information. Misha gave me some insight to them. I understand they're not used all of the time as playing fields. It's more they're available to the public. Is that correct? Or do you have tournaments there? Do you have Little League that plays there?
There's lots of tournaments. There's lots of practicing. There's the leagues use them.
So they're used maybe more than I had remembered them being used.
Yes,
so,
they're used multiple seasons. I'm
going to read this one. This is from the building code. I'm going to read this just so I don't mess up the description. So, in a recreational facility, team or player seating, at least one wheelchair space shall be provided in team or playing seating areas, serving areas of sport activity. And then there's some exceptions for bowling. Obviously, you don't have bowling out here. So, we've got to make sure that the dugouts are accessible by a wheelchair, and that a wheelchair has a 30 by 48 clear space is what it is. You've got to be able to put a wheelchair in the dugout. So all 6 of those dugouts need an accessible path to them, and then they need a place to put a wheelchair in the dugout if you're using them for sporting events. And the dugouts aren't just there for, you're not really using them. As well, the grandstands, I'm assuming people come and watch the sporting events. You've got to have accessibility to the grandstands, which means you need accessible paths and accessible flat areas, clear floor spaces for wheelchairs to sit. Some of that can be mitigated once again if it's a drive-in park. If it's a drive-in park, you can put accessible parking adjacent these ball fields and have seating areas right there next to it, and you can mitigate some of your accessible route issues. If it's a walk-in park, most of these walk paths along here are not accessible. And you can't navigate them with a wheelchair. This one is terraced. I mean, there's a set of steps right there that you need about, best I could tell, a 30 or 40 foot ramp to navigate the height that those steps are to even get up to the level of this ball field. All of those paths are going to require a much more in-depth study than what I can do with just my eyes. We need a comprehensive survey to give us some elevation points all around these ball fields so we can assess that with a little more detail.
Can I ask a couple of clarifying questions?
Sure.
Based on your comments about the walking, the rolling paths has to be, in 30-foot lengths with the resting area and then another 30 feet, that whole rail, all of that whole thing. Would it be, in the long run, less expensive to make it drive accessible? That's one question.
I believe so.
Second question would be, can you, in a public space like this, do one ball field at a time to be accessible, or would we have to do them all three at once? Like, could we, if it was a phased project in terms of what we can afford to do, can we make one ball field accessible this year, another one next year, and another one the following year?
So, as an architect, managing projects, helping you get from where you are now to where you need to get, I understand funding, I understand needing to phase things, all of that feels appropriate to me. If you've got people who are jumping up and down and want it accessible tomorrow, though, you could have some challenges. We're talking about reality versus, perception that it can be done now. My opinion, and just my personal opinion, is if you're working towards correcting it, then you're doing the right thing. If you do nothing, that's the wrong thing. If you could afford to do it all at once, that'd be awesome. If you're working towards it, yay. With that said, once this one's done, though, and these are not, you still got problems. Unless you're only playing on one of them at a time. They all look, those two look similar in size. That one looks a little bigger. Who plays out there? We got men's softball, little league, what's going on?
All of the above.
Okay. So, if you make the little league field accessible, but the men's and women's softball fields aren't, you still got issues. So the quicker you could do them all, the better.
So in other words, what you're saying is the field for men's softball and little league isn't the same.
They're not the same size. I can tell by looking at, from playing.
Well, they're different shapes, too.
Little league ball fields, men's softball and women's softball, and every age from 8 to 14 plays on a little different size field.
The bottom field was made for hardball, for baseball.
That one?
Yes.
Yeah, which it looks like. Those look like softball fields.
Yes,
right?
and those are softball fields.
There you go.
Got it.
Now, since it's an existing facility, we do get some relief, not a lot, because of the challenge, the types of challenges we have. But we can't have to tear the ball field down to make it accessible. Now, we don't have to go to that extent. At some point, Silver City is known for its topography. We've got hills, valleys. We've got that type of topography to deal with. What it would probably come down to is me meeting with the building department and assessing together, what's the best thing we can do. So, obviously, we always want to go all the way if we can. But there may be an opportunity for some relief within what the normal guidelines are because it is an existing facility. That's just worth me throwing out there. In addition to what I mentioned about accessible paths, part of what makes some of these paths not accessible, in addition to the steepness, is in addition to 1 in 20 with no handrails, 1 in 12 with handrails, it can't cross slope more than 1 in 50. That means in this direction, it's got to be flat. So you run steep this way, it's got to be flat that way. None of these paths do that. They're all sloped to drain. Accessible routes cause a drainage problem, just inherently, because they have to be flat in the other direction. So that as you're wheeling up them, you're not wheeling up, and like this too, it'll make you fall over. Any other questions?
Well, I think, I just want to make a general statement. I think that somehow this board and county management need to come together on what we need to accomplish, and I appreciate you bringing this to us and us being able to see that. I think us peeking over and deciding exactly what's going to be, it'd be micromanaging to go out. I think we need to set direction and then and see that the work goes forward. That'd probably be helpful to get input from management on, how they think we can proceed out there after talking to you.
Have I thoroughly confused it enough, or is there anything I can do?
No, it's very clear, and
Just clarify it. That's good.
So, I know that this question was going to really put you on the spot.
That's okay. That's what I get paid for.
But, like you said, the best case scenario is we do all the fields at once, we make it all better.
Yes.
Can you just give us an idea of what it would cost to make it all better?
No, but I'll throw some numbers out if you want me to.
I would appreciate that. I'd like a starting point to even think about it.
So I think the pavilion building, if you threw 50 to 100,000 at it, we could get it finished. This park is much more challenging to assess. First of all, you guys probably know, these guys all know, because they're going through it now. We're all experiencing through the state and through the country to some extent 30 to 40% increases in construction costs. It's as volatile as it's been in this state since I've been here. It just is. So, by the way, everything I got bidding, don't be surprised. Everything is volatile. So that's the first thing that gives me a huge hurdle to start throwing numbers at it. But you're talking, this isn't a $10,000, $100,000 thing you got to fix out here. This is $1 million kind of thing. Is it $1 million? Is it 850? Is it 1.2? I don't know. I've walked around it for 30 minutes with Misha and talked about it, and I pointed at some things and wrote some things down and measured some things, and it's tough, even with my experience, to get my mind wrapped around it without a survey and some potential solutions. But it's that level of thing, $500,000, $1 million, $1.5 million. It's not you're not going to fix this with $75,000.
Is that with the walking option, or is that with the driving option?
I would say take your pick. You're going to have to throw some money at it.
So either way, even though the walking option might be more, the driving option is still in the $750,000 and up range.
Part of the problem is going to be all of the things that we've gone through today are not accessible by a vehicle. That's part of it. If you drive in, let's say you drive in here and you drive over here to the ball field, and we do a few things to make it, once you get there, we pay for some parking with some drive aisle and some set space for grandstands, and we'll put some flat sidewalks to the dugouts, and we'll make it where a wheelchair can get around in there. And now you're sitting in your accessible seated spot over here, and you want to go to the concession stand. What, we're going to put them in the car and make them drive over there? Probably not. Probably not. We want them to be able to get there, and you can't right now. All that, some of it's paved, some of it's gravel. It's just not, this park hadn't been built with the solutions in mind that we're talking about today. I don't know if they were all built at different times, probably. I mean, it's probably developed over time. Anybody have any idea how old it is? How old is the park?
Mr. Chairman, board members, the park started in 1997.
Was it paved, Ronald?
Yes, it was. Matter of fact, they started off with one ball field, and a couple of years later, they added another ball field, and that was actually for the artificial turf. But 1997, originally, when they actually transferred the property from the state over to the county.
There's probably the biggest part of the challenge right there. It was never done with comprehensive access and accessibility in mind. Each thing was done independently of everything else, and you're needing to comprehensively assess it and make some adjustments.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, our records that were in our file will go back to 1998 when it they first started working on it.
So is the same agency going to inspect the baseball fields as the pavilion?
Yes, it'll be the building department and the building inspectors.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I think the major problem is when it was enacted was that at that time capital outlay money was given for, so you had a $5 million project, but you only got $200,000, and so it was kind of nickel and dime, if you want to use that term, to build a park at a time, and that's how all of this, so you got one park at a time, one sidewalk at a time. We tried different, because the money wasn't all there for entire parks, but the vision was there, and that's why where we're at now. And a lot of this was done again back in the late 90s, 2000s, when, we had different director at the time. Of course, we had different representatives at the state level that were giving us money, but it wasn't enough. And then there was a time when we just saved it, and then the state came and took it all, because the project at that point, when it finally came to, when they said, is it shovel ready? Well, it wasn't shovel ready. So that was the other issue. It was just a vision, but it didn't have the money all at the same time to get the vision done.
It's worth mentioning, as long as I've been doing this, I can tell you we've progressed since the 80s with our mentality and our expectations and our execution as designers, as the public, even as persons with disabilities and their expectations of what they get. Back in the day when the ADA was first introduced, basically you need to be able to go to the bathroom out in public. And that was kind of a big deal. And I can tell you in the 90s, the level of conversation we're having was probably not the level of conversation that was going on about accessibility. We've got accessible parking, we've got pathways, what else you need? I'm sure it was that level of conversation.
Send your buddy to get a coat.
Yeah, and it's just progressed over time into this understood expectation that it all be what it really should be. And it's not. What's out there is not what it should be. I'm sure it's been operating okay, but I've been asked to say what it really is, and it's not really okay. It can be made to be okay with some money. You don't have to tear it all down and start over. But there are some challenges out here. I don't want to make it sound easy. It's not. There are some challenges, and it's going to take some money. Because here's what's going to happen. As I mentioned a while ago, when you tear into a path, if it's not the correct slope, you've got to stretch farther, so you've got room to make it the right slope. The way all these things finger together, what's going to end up happening is we're going to tear out more path than you got to make it all get connected correctly. We'll probably create some new pathways. That's a way to circumvent some of it, but at the beginning here, it's all tied together. You can't just abandon all that and go around it. You'll have to tear it out, and we'll have to we'll have to do what we can. As I said, you don't have to tear all this stuff down and start over though. But the pathways, and they're expensive.
And you're going to have to address the drainage issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Drainage, I understand you got some drainage issues out here anyway, on top of what we're talking about, that are creating some heartache that we probably need to get addressed at the same time. Would you guys like to keep this? You're welcome to.
Yes,
please. Anything else I can add?
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, y'all have a good day.
Thanks. So next item on the agenda, 7 is review April 18, 2019 regular meeting agenda.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll jump to financial reports. Item D, consideration of April 10th, 2019 expenditure report. Linda, would you quickly go through that?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in front of you is a expenditure report approval that covers the period from March 14th through April 10th. And the highlights of those checks that are above 10,000 or above, I will read them out to you. We have a check to Ascent Aviation in the amount of $19,534.99, and this is for jet fuel purchase. A check to Caterpillar Financial Services in the amount of $59,247.72, and this is a final lease payment for a wheel loader at the road department. A check to Red Express Fleet Services in the amount of $18,703.83, and this is for February fuel charges. A check to Bohannon Houston Incorporated in the amount of $19,484.32, and this is for Brandoni Drive Engineering Services for a project at that road. A check to Succathon Construction in the amount of $39,394.08, and this is a progress payment for the addition at Whiskey Creek Volunteer Fire Department. A check to New Mexico Human Services Department in the amount of $100,115.02, and this is for the third quarter of fiscal year 2019 safety net pool contribution. A check to Southwest Solid Waste Authority in the amount of $37,300.07, and this is for the February tipping fees. A check to Tyler Technologies in the amount of $16,980.93, and this is for accounting software maintenance, mainly for an annual disaster recovery and the appraisal third-party software. A check to Summit Food Services in the amount of $20,495.88, and this is for the February inmate meals and medical snacks. A check to APIC Solutions Incorporated in the amount of $37,296.88, and this is for the emergency generator at the airport. A check to Buttiger Generator Incorporated in the amount of $10,572.90, and this is for the Upper Mimbres Volunteer Fire Department generator. And a check to Ascent Aviation in the amount of $19,052.44, and this is for jet fuel purchase. A check to Bohannon Houston Incorporated in the amount of $13,607.78, and this is for the parcel mapping project. A check to WNMU in the amount of $25,000, and this is for economic development at the golf course. A check to Caterpillar Financial Services in the amount of $11,535.93, and this is for the April lease payment for motor graders at the road department. A check to Ascent Aviation in the amount of $20,222.85, and this is for jet fuel purchase. And a check to Fowler Brothers Incorporated in the amount of $19,544.54, and this is for base course for the road department projects. The total summary for the AP checks is $1,265,955.02. And also included in this report is payroll checks for pay period 6 and pay period 7, totaling $417,176.22. So the grand total for this expenditure report is $1,683,131.24. Any questions?
I don't know. It just gets noisy. Is there any questions or comments on the expenditure?
So, WNMU, I know what economic development is, but can you expand on that a little bit? And is it quarterly, yearly?
That is yearly. When I believe this was approximately 3 years ago, there was a private corporation that ran the golf course, and they went bankrupt. And so the county, the city, and WNMU were approached to find a way to keep the golf course operational. And it was, there was some agreements made of some in-kind services and financial contributions that we would make. WNMU took over the operation of the golf course with financial and in-kind contributions from the city and the county to keep it operational. So that's, and the discussion around that and why it says economic development is because it was considered as an economic development opportunity, as bringing in, very similar to baseball tournaments, there's golf tournaments, etc., as it being an asset to the community to have the golf course. So that's how that came to fruition.
So our obligation is for $25,000 for how long? A year?
That's an annual contribution, and I don't recall there being any particular term of the agreement. I don't recall. It's been too long. I have to find out.
So it's not something we're binding ourselves to right now?
You could adjust that in the budget if you chose not to fund that in the future. You could remove that item from the budget. It is in the commission department.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Next is new business, item E, consideration of proclamation declaring April of 2018 as Fair Housing Month. This is something we do every year. Any questions? Item F, consideration of proclamation declaring May 11th, 2019 as 6th ever Give Grandly, Give Local Day. This is also an annual proclamation the Commission has done in the past. Go ahead.
I just have a really quick question. Is it possible to get another proclamation on this agenda for Thursday at this time?
That is up to you.
It occurred to me that what we might want to do is, since we couldn't do this prior, or since it happens prior to the next commission meeting, is that we might want to actually have a proclamation declaring the week of May 6th through the 10th of whatever that was you said it was.
We could do that. There are
Detention Center Week. What is it? I'm sorry, Mike. Tell me what it is.
National Corrections Week.
National Corrections Week.
Yes.
Thank you. So I think we should put a proclamation on for Thursday for May 6th through 10th for corrections, National Corrections Week.
Ready to move on? Okay. Item G, Ranger District project updates. Beth Eiley, the district ranger for the Silver City District, will be here to provide some updates that she's working on, project updates. Item H, presentation of final term certificate for $7,695,000 Grant County, New Mexico General Obligation Bond Series 2018. I did email this to each of you. Lily and Luis will be discussing this in further detail. I advise you that we received the 2.36% interest rate. The cost of issuance was a little over, just shy of $500,000, which seemed very advantageous to the county. So they will just go over all of the final terms and discuss the bond sale under that item.
Is that why this isn't exactly $8 million?
Right, but we get $8 million. So we still have $8 million to spend. Item I, consideration adoption of written procedures for ongoing tax compliance regarding county bond issues. This is a suggestion, recommendation from the Rohde firm. This outlines what we're already doing in regards to our bond issues. But what is happening now is there's actually, in some of the IRS tax compliance certificates and questionnaires that we have to fill out, there's a box that says, do you have a policy? Currently, we can't check that box. If we adopt this policy, then we could check that box. The second part of this that is advantageous to go ahead and put this in writing is that as I'm having discussions with potential bidders for bonds and also during disclosure and bond rating calls, they do ask if we have written policy. They ask me what we do. I tell them what we do, which is what is in this policy. But then I have to say, no, we don't have a written policy. So this just creates the written procedure for what we're actually already doing. And then I'm able to answer those questions that, yes, we have policies in place and that we're following them. And Luis can speak to that further on Thursday when he's here if you have any more questions. Item J, consideration of appointment of one community member to the TCASA Advisory Board. We had one opening and we received one letter of interest, applicant, and that's Mike Carrillo, and he's currently on the board.
Did you explain to Mike my screw up on that?
No, I didn't.
So when I said the other day that you had been appointed, I'd forgotten that we hadn't posted yours correctly, so.
Item K, appointment of complete count committee members. Misha, do you want to give an update?
Yes, thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, I've given you a list of those that have responded. There's several that have to be determined. I think the most important part of that is that we did get the municipalities. We can add to the committee at any point. So we've reached out to a bunch of the water associations, a couple of fraternal, and just haven't heard back. I will have a completed list for you on Thursday, because I did have Ray in my office. He's the one who was helping me out, Ray Castillo. I had him re-email those that hadn't responded to see if they want to be on the committee, and if so, do they want to have somebody. The commissioner, I figured that's something that you guys can discuss at the meeting if you so choose, as to which commissioner wants to be on the committee. So that's pretty much it. Like I said, this is an ongoing committee, so we're going to find that some people may not be responding to us now and may realize what it's about and then come back to us later, and we can just add at any point.
Misha, how long will the committee be in place?
So, I have that email that I was just looking up. The committee itself will be in place up through the count, when the count is final.
When is that? What's the deadline for that?
I don't know. I'll have to find out. I know it's a 2020 count, but I don't know at what point they're considering it done. I don't know if it's a December 31st of 2020 that they consider it final, but I will ask Paul Dillon on that. I also had the question on how often they're going to have to meet, and he really said it just depends on the committee. The committee could decide that they're only going to meet for 2 hours each month in the beginning. If they form some subcommittees, he said like sector-specific, health, education, schools, which we've done, reached out to those sectors. They may meet as subcommittees a little bit more often, and they'll have different times for their own subcommittees. So the this only necessitate reporting out of the full committee. So any of those subcommittees can meet all they want, but there's no necessarily requirements for reporting. They come out of those. And then the census date is April 1, 2020. So I have it in my email as I read it here. And so, as we get closer to the census day, which is April 1 of 2020, the committee may want to meet more often or longer, is what Paul stated.
So then the additional dates are, the deadline for non-response follow-up is December 31st, 2020.
Okay.
It's delivered to the president on March 31st, 2021.
Okay. And so he says to begin with, a few hours per month, and he said then it could get longer and more often as we get closer to the actual census day. Yes, but he said it's very dependent on what the committee wants to do. Hopefully that helps.
To inspire somebody to volunteer. Is that what you're hoping for?
Yes. Any questions?
So one of you is going to be ready to volunteer on Thursday?
I'll tell you the same thing I told Misha. I asked him, I said it was possible that I would volunteer, but I wanted to know more about what the commitment was like. And when he forwarded Paul Doolin's email to me about what the commitment was like, I was like, wow, it's quite a bit of time.
Well, at least you know what you're in for.
Well, I think since it goes beyond 2020, it probably ought to be one of the two new commissioners.
I heard I know about it.
Moving on. Item L, consideration of out-of-state travel for Detective Adam Ariano and Sergeant Michael Yost to attend Certified Voice Stress Analysis Training June 17th to the 21st, 2019 in Boulder, Colorado. As I explained, our current policy requires that the commission approve out-of-state travel, and therefore that's why this is on the agenda. I've heard from a majority of you that perhaps we should amend our policy, and so you'll be seeing a proposed amendment in May.
Yeah, and yes, I mean, each department has a training budget, correct? So I think that we should visit that and that, you and, department heads or elected officials, instead of putting it on here, I just food for thought for next, if you guys can add that to the next meeting in, 1 month when, in May.
Yes. So Randy's working on some language, and we'll make sure that we send that to Abby for her review, and have it for you at your regular meeting in May. Next is item M, consideration of volunteer fire department fire protection fund applications for fiscal year 2020. This is for all VFDs, and it's a requirement that these applications be approved by the commission. Questions? Item N, this is a tabled item, consideration of evening commission meetings. I did email you. I reached out to all elected officials and department heads and requested their feedback around the discussion, and I did email those comments to you. So.
Yeah, I was looking at it in here. I can't find that email. I'll go back and look for it.
Well, I looked at it and I thought to myself, don't know if we're ready to do this, if we're ready to address this. Are we ready to address it? Are we going to discuss it on Thursday? How do we want to proceed with this?
What did the comments say? Sorry. I had every opportunity. The manager handed them to me in physical form and sent me an email, but I had a loss to produce them.
50-50, as I recall, in favor of evening meetings and not. And most of the comments were, a lot of the comments were, it doesn't make any difference whether it's evening or day. If it's a hot topic, people will come, and if it's not, they won't.
And then the other piece is we'll get
April 11th, Commissioner Billings.
Thank you.
A lot of this too showed that twice a month would work and it was okay. The only thing is, I don't want the thought process too, but we have 2 meetings, let's add more to the agenda. That could backfire on us, but yeah, we need to really consider that and finally discuss it and maybe see where we want to go.
So is there any discussion on that today?
Yeah, I think we should discuss it a little bit. I mean, we can discuss it more on Thursday too, but I have a question. So, did we have 5.5-hour commission meetings? Is this unusual? Or in a row?
I've been here a little over 4 years and it's never been like this. In other county, it was not like this, and that was kind of the conversation I had with department heads, elected officials. We don't recall it being this lengthy either.
So I feel like we've had, I'm not suggesting that we make them shorter. That's not what I'm suggesting. I think we've had great discussion and, all that kind of stuff, but I'm wondering if the meetings would be shorter if we split them in, if we met twice a month.
The thought process behind that was that there would not be as many items on the agenda. Some of the concern with the one-on-one conversation was that, that very thing that Chairman brought up as well, we'll just add more. But along those lines, just some of the feedback I got was because of the length of the meetings, that was a hesitation of doing them at night, because then, the clerk is here till midnight. The work session regular meeting was new for me when I came here, and the way that it has been working in the past is the majority of the discussion happened in the work session. That was when the work was done, and all of the dialogue and discussion and questions were asked, and then the regular meeting took a fraction of the time because you had already done the work during the work session. And so that's one thing that right, so you've done that part during the work session, and the idea of having both is that your regular meeting doesn't last as long as your work session. We've had some lengthy work sessions in the past, but not to this extent, and then have the meeting run just as long.
Mr. Chair, I just have an idea that you could start by seeing if additional meetings decrease the length of the meetings, and if that happens, then you could consider, well, maybe we can move something in the evening because our meetings aren't as long. Maybe in 2 steps. Just an idea.
Our clerk's office, they're the ones that, are taking the brunt of this, and going to 2 meetings, I'm okay with. I don't have a problem with it, as long as we don't get this mentality of, we have 2 meetings, so let's add. To me, if we have a 4 or 5 hour work session and discussions taken care of and then move into our regular meetings, I can live with that, but I don't know how the other commissioners feel as far as
I have the same concern. If we have 4 meetings, well, they'll be the same length. I mean, two work sessions and 2 regular meetings, we're just going to add until we've got...
I think we can control that, but...
Yeah, I think it's within the commission's control. We're just going to have to...
I just think that it warrants an attempt to see if they're feasible, and if they're not, then we'll just go back to what we're doing.
Well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I am new here, but I'm thinking that the purpose of the work session is to have these discussions and to ask questions, to go through, and we've had some great discussions, and I think once we've hit the regular meeting, I think, yes, there has to be some discussion, but I think the majority of the discussion should have occurred there, and then we can move on to the regular meeting, and that would cut down some time. I don't know, what do you guys think?
So one of the comments in the list that Charlene sent suggested 2 work sessions and 1 regular meeting, which I also thought was interesting, and would be, workable, I think, if what we did was do our work in the work sessions and then put everything in one regular meeting.
The problem with, well, go ahead, you said.
I just wanted to throw one thing out. We've mentioned the clerk multiple times, but we also have to keep in mind that the election code has changed for the clerks, and they now will be conducting elections year-round. So I know we want to test the waters, but we also have to take into consideration that they have to conduct an election when they're requested to conduct an election. So, the scheduling, I guess what I'm trying to say is we can't keep changing things because it's going to affect their office and they have to be here. It's just something else for you to consider.
Well, I think the idea of having 2 regular meetings a month was that the county wouldn't have to throw things on the agenda in a hurry like they have to sometimes. So as long as we could, so there's 100 ways we can do this. I personally like Abby's suggestion that we, and the county manager, we have try 2 work sessions, 2 regular meetings a month. I like Commissioner Ponce and Salas's idea that we don't add to it, that we keep the time limit down, that we do the work in the work session, and then at some point we can consider the evening meetings after we see if that works. But that's just my 2 cents.
So I'm going to put you on the spot. So the comments that Charlene sent to us were anonymous. But I do recognize that you guys have an entirely different set of work now than you used to. So if we do 2 meetings a month, 2 work sessions, 2 regular meetings, can you guys work around that, you think?
Well, do remember that you guys do have your meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Election day falls on a Tuesday.
Right.
So, that's going to be a give and take, just depending on what the schedule looks like.
But to your own schedule, we can just call you to do an election, right?
Do both of you have to be here? Or do both of you have to be at the election?
The purpose for both of us being here so that if one misses something, because sometimes when you're sitting down there, you can't hear what you guys are saying. So the other catches back and forth. And there's certain things that the clerk needs to be there during the election to sign off on, to deal with certain things that the public don't want to deal with the chief deputy.
So then one thing then that we should also be considering, it sounds like to me, correct me if I'm wrong, is the possibility that Tuesday might not be a great day to do the work session.
What we've done in the past is when we schedule the meetings is, it's worked in the past because we knew when election day was, is we avoided, we scheduled around elections, but that's not the case anymore.
So what if we did work sessions on Mondays? Because one of the things we did talk about early on in this conversation was the fact that we might like to have a little bit more time between the work session and the regular meeting to do our own homework.
What would that do to county management to be prepared for a work session on Monday morning?
Did you see that look?
I can't see that.
Monday mornings are always bad. What if we did them at 1 o'clock on Mondays?
Well, and Abby just brought up a good point. We could leave them scheduled as they are, and then if we know that you're having an election coming up, we could adjust that particular meeting or cancel that meeting and have one that month or something. We could still leave the Tuesday-Thursday combination, but you would have well in advance notice of an election, correct? Because you have to do the proclamation and all those things. So we would know well in advance, right, of when that would be. So we really wouldn't have to change up the dates. Just know that there's the potential that, she's doing well. We know she's doing more than 2 elections a year now.
What if we do a work session, say Thursday, regular meetings Tuesday, Thursday, the following week? Or we can do work session Wednesday and a regular meeting, to have 2 regular meetings if we're cutting that. Whatever, I'm open to anything. I guess the biggest thing that started was the public also, giving them options. So.
When I started here, you had 2 meetings a month, 2 work sessions, 2 regular meetings.
Was it second and fourth?
Yes.
So, one thing that occurs to me too is that, well, never mind.
What is it? Now I'm curious.
Never mind. I'm thinking about what that would do to my work schedule. But that's really not, that's neither here nor there. That's my thing to do.
That was running through my head too.
Yeah, and I think it's the county employees' work schedule too.
What about if we do a work session? The work sessions are the longest. We're trying to cut down the regular meetings too, if we get everything squared away.
Well, I do know that, when Harry and I and Billy started, the meetings early in the year were a lot longer because there's a lot to learn. The meetings, I think, were shorter in our second year than they were in our first year. So there's some of that. It's just a learning process, too.
I'm open to ideas. I don't even know what to say. But I do know, our work sessions could be longer. Our regular meetings could probably be shorter.
You did have a preference to have at least 2 regular meetings a month, right?
It was easier.
That was Commissioner Billings?
That was Billings asking the county manager.
Okay.
We weren't as strapped for time to get items on the agenda when there was 2, because we were able to adhere to our deadlines more consistently, because we knew that we had another opportunity that month if a grant agreement showed up, or if there was a proclamation that popped up, or if one of you had an issue that came up. We always had the meeting on the 4th week to clean up, basically to clean up. Sometimes we had very few items on either agenda, and they went very quickly.
Yeah, I support that idea, primarily for that reason, but also give additional public access.
That ability, that capacity outweighs the fact that you have to get ready for 2 meetings a month?
I have found that it is much more difficult to put an agenda like this together than it is to have 2 agendas. And I don't know what it's like for the clerk when we encounter a packet that's this thick. You have to remember they have to record everything. The minutes are quite lengthy. To me, it's easier to have it broken into 2. That's just solely my opinion. I can't speak for Bernadette, and I certainly can't speak for the clerk, but in my opinion, it's a lot easier to keep up with when it's, that you have that flexibility. This has been tough lately with the amount of information that's on here, and I feel that we're human, we're making mistakes that otherwise probably could be somewhat alleviated at home. It's been tough.
I know that I made the error of making some appointments on Tuesdays, but sometimes you've got to take what they give you, especially doctors and stuff, because then it's a month out. Just like today, I'm going to try to excuse myself because there's 1 and 2.
I've got 1 and 2.
And if I go, then it will, and it's not for me, it's for my wife, then it's going to be a while till we can get it rescheduled.
Well, when I scheduled my 2 o'clock, I thought, I started at 1. No, I better not do 1.
And I thought we would for sure be done by now, so.
Well, let's practice Thursday of having a shorter meeting. We'll see if we can do it.
So I'm just going to recap and say, it sounds like what I'm hearing is that 2 meetings a month, 2nd and 4th, is kind of the direction that we're leaning, and that we'll revisit the evening thing once we see how the 2 meetings a month goes for a while? Is that what I'm hearing?
Anybody, what do you think?
Did you mean 2 regular meetings? Is that what you said?
2 work sessions, 2 regular meetings a month. Go back to second.
And not in the evening.
Correct. Revisit the evening thing once we see how the 2 meetings a month thing works.
What about 1 work session, 2 regular meetings?
I like that idea. Who likes that?
I think it's 2 work sessions, 1 regular meeting. We have more work than we have regular meetings.
Well, we need the 2 regular meetings too, because of the reason that Charlene expressed. So 2 regular meetings, 1 work session, was that?
That will, that will work?
No.
I can't see it will work.
I think you need to just, then your work session for,
Okay, that's fine.
it's up to you.
Work sessions will be all day?
2 work sessions, 2 regular meetings.
All day, now we're gonna have 2 work sessions all day.
Our work sessions will be shorter because we're not going to have
So much work to do.
so much work. Like, we won't have 2 hospital reports. We won't have.
Right.
And so,
I agree.
County reports, we're only going to do, we were talking about
Right.
one once a month.
Once a month, yeah.
Once a month.
Okay,
see ya.
I feel like we can move on from there.
All right, I'll hurry. Consideration regarding the agenda process of the Board of County Commission meetings. This was also tabled.
So this is what I was thinking on that, and probably be anything that needs to go, that's gonna go on the agenda, that it gets emailed by the county manager to the county commissioner, and then just to give them a heads up and upload it into Novus. Part of this is that no additions to the agenda on the Wednesday prior to the work session and regular meeting after 5 p.m. So if we miss on putting something on the agenda before 5 p.m., then it should go following month or following meeting, with the exception of, county grant agreements or county contracts that need to get done.
We saw it.
What are you doing back here? We're getting ready to adjourn. Yeah, I like, Chairman Ponce, I like that idea. I think that gives commissioners enough time to know when special things are going to be on the agenda that we need to prepare for, so.
So I think plenty of time would be Wednesday before the work session, 5 p.m.
Bernadette, do you want to make a comment?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners of the Board, may I ask how the Novus alerts have been working out for you all?
Great, thank
It's
you.
actually, I was like, whew, that seems like a lot of work, but it's nice to have them, actually. So,
Yeah.
I'm sorry it's a lot of work, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm afraid I could not hear what Chairman Ponce proposed. Just then. I can hear everybody else pretty well, but it's hard for me to hear him.
Okay, what I was proposing is that when something's going to go up, can you hear me now? Can you hear me better, Commissioner Brown?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so what I was proposing is that the county manager will send an email to each county commissioner when something's going to get added to the agenda, then at a later time it'll be uploaded to the Novus system. There will be no additions to the agenda on Wednesday prior to the work session and regular meeting after 5 p.m. The only exceptions that we would have is, say, for example, grant agreements or contracts that maybe we missed or that have time frames or that need to be done within that month.
That sounds great, and for doing 2 meetings a month, that sounds less drastic also. So excellent.
Anything else?
Go ahead.
Are you ready to move on? Item P, consideration to temporarily suspend rentals at the Town Park Pavilion.
Hearing no discussion, move on.
I sent you my notes. You heard the architect, which was what my notes were based off of. That's your decision.
You know what, I think, to me, my personal opinion, before we look at this, I'd like to see a second opinion on that. On all the ADA issues and maybe what we can do and get two views here, and then we can probably go from there.
I can't guarantee that I can get another architect in here to do it for free, so I'll do my best.
So what would the purpose of getting a second opinion
Just a
be?
second opinion, maybe there's better ideas or different options that we can look at before we move forward.
So I don't have I'm not saying this to be argumentative, but I think the ADA stuff itself, like, the sidewalks have to be flat and the grade and all of that kind of stuff is law. And so the only thing that having a second opinion would change is just somebody that would have a different view of how to go about it.
And that's basically what I'm looking at, is getting a different view and like a different recommendation of maybe certain things we can do.
And you're okay to pay somebody to come and do that if we have to do that?
If the rest of the commissioners are, depending on the price, yes.
Well, go ahead, Harry.
Okay, I guess I must come across quite clearly because I made the very slightest of sound. But my feeling is all we're going to get is a rough estimate unless we pay a lot of money. And I don't think, I personally feel the need for a second rough estimate. I think, we're in the right ballpark, so to speak, and we need to decide how to move forward based on that. A second opinion at the same level, to me, wouldn't be moving forward.
Well, one thing to consider about that is that we would essentially get a second opinion in the RFP process, correct? So for example, if we decide that we're going to do some work and we put it out for a design, would that be the second opinion part? Would we put it out for a design?
We would be hiring architectural services, but we wouldn't necessarily, you don't choose them based on
the
design. You choose them based on their services. So you wouldn't know what you're not going to get there until you hire them.
That's up to the commission if that, but I think we all know where I stand on that. It should stay with Grant County and the community. And if we have to put some of it on that capital outlay project for next year, that's fine. But that's what I'm getting at is for Grant County. We need to figure something out on it. And my thing was, okay, what other recommendations do we have? If it was a rough estimate, or if we go get another opinion, we're going to have to pay eventually down the road for something.
Well, I was just going to get back to the actual agenda item. I need some direction on what you want to do with the pavilion. You heard him say we have some work we have to do there, so we need to address whether or not my office continues renting out the pavilion or not until we make those required improvements.
So I heard you say two different things, so I would like a little clarification on that. I heard you say item A was you wanted a second opinion about what could happen out there, but then the second thing I heard you say is that you really want to make sure that that Baton Park stays within the county.
Yes.
So I think those are two different issues. And I'm just going to stop there, period. Those are two different issues. And so I think the discussion about what we want to actually do with the park itself is separate from this. And then the second thing I want to say is it's my personal opinion that we should fix the pavilion. Now, that doesn't answer your question, Charlene, I'm sorry, about whether we should keep renting it or not. And I guess I want to know a little bit more about what our exposure is if we keep renting it. But I do think, it's my personal opinion, that we should separate the pavilion from the rest of the conversation about what we're going to do with the park and fix that no matter what, because it's clear to me that there's enough rentals happening with that and that it's an important enough part of what's happening out there that we should just find the money in the budget to fix that. My personal opinion.
It also has to be affordable.
Right.
So, I support that as at least a first move, and I would suggest that we come up with a realistic time frame for putting out an RFP and when the work might start, and that we set that date as the date after which we're not accepting any new reservations.
Commissioner Brown, last time we had the discussion, we were going to honor rentals anyway up through July, right? Up through after graduation. So I think that's what was the discussion we had last time. So I'm wondering from here, taking that discussion into consideration from here to July to see what the cost would be to fix the pavilion.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so we would have to put this project out for bid. We could do that immediately, get the design, put it out for bid, and we could have those bids back and in front of you prior to July 31st for you to consider. I mean, then you'll know, then that can establish your timeline moving forward. We can try to expedite that process.
If that happens and we accept the bid at the first August or the last July meeting, if we're doing it at that point, presumably they wouldn't be able to start whatever firm is selected until another month from then or something, right?
That's correct.
If that's true, then we can presumably extend through August 31st. The time frame for accepting reservations?
I don't actually see any reason to do that. People would know that we're getting ready to start construction, etc. We agreed that July 31st was the deadline to accept rentals. Is that correct? And I think we just leave it at that, and then we get on it and get the RFP out and all that, and so that we can get started as soon as possible.
And you know what, my opinion, my personal opinion here is, suspending rentals to get something accomplished and get something fixed is totally different than suspending rentals and not doing anything about it, just letting it sit there. So I'm with you guys on that as far as the suspension of rentals, as long as we're doing something to correct it, or at least looking at it, or if construction starts and suspending it.
Well, we could, if it turned out that, whoever we selected couldn't start until November 1st, or September 1st, or something like that, we could revisit it, but let's just leave it the way it is for now. So I think, we made a decision at the last meeting, correct?
To do what?
To do what?
Okay. Obviously we did not. Never mind.
But I think we just have a discussion of going to July 31st. And then...
All right, so then we are going to, really what we're going to do is we're going to, we can either table this, or we can say that we are going to continue to take rentals until July 31st, right?
So, is this commission going to we're gonna direct the county manager to pull $100 and whatever thousand out of our budget.
We don't know what that, we don't know what that is at this point. That's why we're gonna put it out for bid, and then it's gonna come in front of you, and you can decide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, we're not.
Well, that's a relief, because there's some things we've got to, don't get me wrong, I want to make the facility there handicap accessible. I think there'll be funds available at some point, like Commissioner Ponce said, for that. If there's funds available now, that's great, but first, we've got to, I think we need to take care of the sheriff's department, the detention center, and some other things.
Well, I think we have.
But we also have bond proceeds potentially could be used, being this is capital.
For the detention center and the sheriff's, right?
For the detention center and the sheriff's office, yeah.
So on this agenda item, then, what we are going to do is not temporarily suspend rentals at the town park.
I would agree with that.
That's what we're talking about.
Moving on to agreement.
Do you mean we're not going to change?
See, Harry fits me in the decision.
No, I think the thing is that for right now is we're not going to suspend the rentals, correct?
The agenda item, Harry, says that we're going to consider temporarily suspending rentals, so we are not going to do that.
Right, I think
We are
we
not going
should,
to temporarily suspend doing rentals.
my thought on that is maybe suspending that once it starts getting fixed, maybe.
Well, we can revisit that.
We can revisit
This agenda item.
Once you have a timeline.
So there is one thing,
So we, at the last meeting, we agreed that we are no longer accepting resolutions after July 31st.
So when we make the motion on Thursday, we can say that in the motion.
Okay, perfect. We're not changing that, correct? That passed 3-2.
Correct.
You would be changing it if you're going to say you're...
All right, that's perfect. I think that is right.
You talked about establishing a date we could cut it off until we further explored what we needed to do. That's what you did.
Well, Harry and I both think we voted on it.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the minutes, and it's very clear. Commissioner Brown asked to no longer accept reservations after July 31, 2019. I moved. Commissioner Solis seconded, and it carried 3-2.
So I think what you would be doing is lifting that temporary suspension.
I'm going to really muddy this up some more. So if you do away with that, then I'm going to have more reservations that, it's going to... We don't want to do that. I think just leave it alone and let us put it out for bid. So if you can just leave that alone, direct us on Thursday to put this out for bid, then we can establish the timeline as to a point where you are going to have to suspend rentals because you're going to be doing construction and you're not going to be able to rent
this
it.
agenda item then? On Thursday, what do we do with this agenda item?
Yeah, and that's why I brought up there was discussion, but I couldn't remember either if we had voted on it. That, I believe that, well, you have the minutes in front of you, but I believe the discussion was to suspend them, honor and take reservations up to July 31st. After that was, okay, we're going to suspend it, but it was back on that conversation I had, I believe, about as long as we're doing something to get it fixed and getting quotes, et cetera, right? Is that in the minutes?
They don't add anything that's not an actual action item, so it's not in the minutes, but my recollection is the same as yours, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
So what are we going to do with this agenda item? Will you investigate that, Abby, and tell us what to do with it?
So I think we just need to, my thing is, we've already done it to July 31st, and leave it alone, and then just go and get the bids to do what possibly we may do, right?
So then we could just table it.
So they could be tabled.
Until we get the bids. That's the easiest thing to do.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I have to muddy this even more now, because I know that somebody has rented it in October for a wedding, so I'm just throwing that out there. They've been calling me, and dropped the ball. I have not checked on it, so I will, but I'm just throwing that mud at you again, per se. And this was prior, I believe, Mr. Chairman, to all the conversations that started this. But I'm not 100% sure, but I've been getting calls, and I just keep forgetting to check on it.
It seems...
So, but I think, excuse me, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, but I think if I can just get to it, I guess that I can make that determination with them that they'd have to find a multiple solution. But I just wanted to throw that out there. So if we're going to make it the 31st, then we just make it and I try to work it out. Not that, I'm trying to figure out whether they have it or not.
Well, we're not going to do 6 months in advance either. So,
is it early October or late?
I don't know. That's what I'm going to see. So
my thought is if we get on it right now, we get it out to RFP, et cetera, and then we can make a decision about whether we're going to go ahead with it, and then you'll know what to do. And in the meantime, you might call a person and tell them we're considering it's possible we would be under...
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, and I'm going to look right now as soon as I get it, and it might not even be an issue, but I know I've gotten called twice from the people, and I'll have to check, and it might not mean anything. Maybe they did, and like Charlene says, that they were supposed to book it for that far in advance, so I'll see if that even happened, or maybe they were just, I don't know.
I'm sure if they're calling, it's probably on the books.
Okay.
Commissioner Brown? Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I'm there.
Don't hang up because Commissioner Bowles is leaving and we'll have a quorum, so get 2 lines on there, whatever you need to do.
Ladies, you'll still have 3 even if I hang up, right?
No.
Commissioner Salas left.
Oh, I didn't know that Commissioner Salas was left.
Can you stay on, Gary?
Well, I can for now, but I'm expecting a knock on the door any minute, and I was going to give you all years.
Okay, well, we can move on.
We can, and I'll bring the phone with me, but I won't be able to talk very well.
Okay, so we'll move on. Item Q, consideration of agreement A1910, transportation, road use, and road maintenance agreement between the Great Divide Wind Farm LLC and the Board of Grant County Commissioners. So road use agreement regarding the use of Cedar Road or any other county road during construction of the wind farm. Questions?
And they'll fix it if they tear it up?
Yes. Item R, consideration of agreement A1911, fiscal year 2018-19 audit contract. This has already been through the state auditor's office. We have their approval to move forward, and we would like to contract with the same firm that conducted our audit last year, Keeble, Gray & Shaw. Item S, consideration of agreement A1912, lodger's tax marketing services. The Lodgers Tax Board would like to contract with Sun 505 to do marketing services with Lodgers Tax Funds for Grant County. And this is piggybacking off of the Town of Silver City contract.
So we're getting more bang for our buck because we're partnering essentially with the Town of Silver City, right?
We're not partnering. This is our money to do our thing. We're not partnering with them. It's just utilizing, you have the ability through the procurement code to piggyback off of an existing contract so you don't have to put it out for a bid. It's just like using a state contract or something else. We're not partnering with the Silver City, with Silver City.
So we're just going off their contract?
Yes.
Their contract.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item T, consideration of agreement A1913, commissary services at the Grant County Detention Center. I'm going to lump this in with item U, consideration of agreement A1914, food services at Grant County Detention Center. Abby, did you want to, she's worked on this more than I have.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, these were, I can't remember, Summit was, not Summit, who was doing it? Summit did these previously. Those contracts are close to expiration, and so we are entering agreements with Keith and Trinity for these services. And we are also using the procurement avenue of piggybacking for these, and because another county and the state have also gone through the procurement process for these particular services. So we'll use those.
Mike, do you have anything you want to add?
Chairman, Commissioner members, I'd just like to ask for your recommendation to allow the contracts and the change in the food service, and simply because of I believe Trinity can provide a better service than what we've been having.
Thank you. Questions? Item V, consideration of agreement A1915 between the State of New Mexico Children, Youth, and Families Department and the County of Grant for alternative to detention services for juvenile justice services. This is a contract we have with CYFD for the juvenile programs that we contract with Bianca Padilla through, and they have the 3 programs that we run. So this is just renewal of that agreement to continue those programs. Questions?
Stuff on Gary's stuff, right?
Yes. W, consideration of agreement A1916, memorandum of understanding between the County of Grant, New Mexico, and the American Federation of State County AFSCME, Council 18, Grant County Public Employees Local 2516, amending the bargaining unit contract for 2018-2020, Article 41, which is safety, Section 41.7.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the sheriff and the union have worked together to come up with this language. As you can see, the president of the union has already agreed to it. I believe it's a result of the sheriff having to deal with a shortage of staff, deputies to put on patrol. So it just gives him more room as to who he's going to assign. And, if there's an emergency staff shortage, he, may decide that he can't meet all the requirements that were required before. As you can see in the top line, it had to be a specific, type of deputy. And so this just gives the sheriff more room, and I believe the union understands that, and they've come to an agreement on it. I reviewed it.
Resolutions, consideration of Resolution R1916, adoption of Grant County social media policy. Abby and I reviewed this, made some changes. The redlined version was sent to you. You can go through those.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is as a result of some of the concerns that the Commissioners had voiced at the last meeting. They were mainly related to making it very clear that the county manager had to approve these social media sites first. So we added language throughout to address that. It also is to address the concern of allowing the public to freely comment on our websites. So we've removed that option for the public. And then after working on those, I believe also Charlene expanded the possible social media sites that could be used. And then after we adjusted the language based on those concerns, we reorganized just a little bit and then found a few typos here and there, and just clarification stuff. But please let us know if you have any specific concerns.
Moving on to Healthcare Claims Board. We have consideration of indigent burial from Bacchus Funeral Home, statute maximum of $600. Consideration of March 2019 health plan claims in the amount of $13,495.02. There are 4 claims to Gila Regional Medical Center in the amount of $12,786.02, and 1 claim to Gila Regional Medical Center Ambulance in the amount of $709. Also on your agenda for Thursday is you will recess after your closed executive session and conduct your annual inspection of the Grant County Detention Center. And that concludes your agenda.
Any questions? Commissioner Brown, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, so for Commissioner's reports, Commissioner Brown, do you have any report?
No, except it's very nice here in California.
Thanks. Commissioner Edwards?
No, thank you.
No report from me?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll make it the second.
I third it.
Okay. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.